the public gallery. You're very welcome, and also welcome to all of those who've joined us online here today, whether that be our own elected members or indeed speakers who will be addressing some of the applications that are in front of us here today. And again, of course, a particular welcome to you, the members of the Planning Committee. And this is the very first planning meeting of the new mandate. Obviously, we all note that there are some new faces, so I want to pay particular welcome to them. I wish you all the best in your journey on the Planning Committee as we go forward. There are, of course, all the members of the Planning Committee have been here quite a while, and I'm fairly sure that anybody who has any advice for people, more than happy to share it. I certainly would be. So if there is ever anything that anybody wants to ask, it's a matter of lifting the phone or asking a question. If you don't ask a question, then of course, as we all know, you end up ignorant forever, so sometimes just to ask, it's the best way. So just before I do go on, I just want to pay particular tribute and thanks to some of those members who are not here and probably won't hear this, but I think it's appropriate anyway to thank them for their service in the Planning Committee. Some of them were very long-serving members in the committee, near enough actually from the very start of when planning was devolved to Derry City and Strabane District Councillors. So in no particular order, just to record our thanks to Councillor Kieran Maguire, Councillor Dan Kelly, Councillor Isla Dobbins, and Councillor Philip McKinney, and of course also to our current Mayor, Patricia Logue, who also served in this Planning Committee for some time, so perhaps we will see her back here, who knows. So again, I did call them councillors because that's what I often refer to them as, albeit that they're not anymore. So without further ado, I will go to item 1 on the agenda, which will be the notice and summons of the meeting. And Maura, if you could also take up on that agenda item number 2, which is the attendance and apologies. So over to you, Maura.
Thank you, Chair. Members, you're hereby summoned to attend the monthly meeting of the Planning Committee, which will be a hybrid meeting to be conducted remotely via WebEx and also physically in the Chamber, Guildhall, on Wednesday, the 7th of June at 2 p.m. Alderman Alan Breslin.
Here, Maura.
Thank you. Alderman Derek Hussey.
Aye.
Thank you, Derek. Alderman Keith Kerrigan. Alderman Keith Kerrigan. I'll come back. Councillor Jason Barr. He's on his way. Councillor Jason Barr.
Here, Maura.
Thank you. Councillor John Boyle.
Yep.
Councillor Sean Fleming.
Sean.
Okay. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
Sean.
Thank you. Councillor Conor Heaney. Thank you. Councillor Christopher Jackson.
Sean.
Thank you. Councillor Fergal Leonard.
And Sean Maura.
Thank you. And Councillor Catherine McDade. Thank you. Councillor Rory McHugh.
And Sean.
Thanks. Councillor Sean Mooney. Thank you. And Councillor Patrick Murphy.
And Sean.
Okay. Just go back and check if Councillor Kerrigan's joined. Not yet, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Maura. Thank you, members. Okay, moving on to the next item on the agenda, which is, of course, the broadcast statement. And so I'll go through the formality of the broadcast statement for the benefit of all present. I would like to remind everybody present at this meeting in the Guildhall or in attendance remotely that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. The broadcast may be terminated or suspended in accordance with our protocol. Due to your attendance at this meeting, you're consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of those images for broadcasting or training purposes and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Members and approved speakers are reminded to only have your microphones and cameras on whilst speaking at the meeting and to use the chat facility to highlight a request to speak. And of course, the copy of the Council's privacy notice can be found on the Council website at derrystrabane.com. Moving to item number 4, members, are there any further declarations or any declarations of members' interest in the business of today's meeting? If there are, then you can obviously verbalise that now, or indeed if you feel that there may well be a declaration you need to make through the course of the meeting, then you can verbalise it at that stage as well. So I'll give it a quick pause to see if there are any. declarations, none in the chat box and none here in the room. Okay, so thank you. Moving on to item 5, which is the chairperson's business. I've passed on the thanks and the welcomes already, so I'll not have to do that again. And so I'm going to pass over to Maura to take us through a number of matters in relation to the business today. So that's late items and so on and so forth. Okay, Maura, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Members, there's a number of late items here, and I just want to outline those before we begin, and then the Chair will consider the time that might be needed to be taken in advance of each item. Firstly, in terms of item 2, we've received a letter from the agent in regard to this application. I have to update the committee that as a result of the letter, there's information that was outstanding as part of the application in regard to environmental health. And it's clear from the letter that the agent is very close to providing that information to the environmental health team and also to make the changes that they are hoping to make. So on that, I would be recommending to the chair and the committee that we would hold and defer that application until such times as we receive that further information, as it would appear it's very close. So I'll let the chair deal with that.
I think Maura's more or less outlined the position, and it would be, of course, I think entirely unreasonable if we weren't to afford the applicant and their agents some time to process and progress through with it. So on this particular occasion, having met with officers,
Chair.
the logical thing to do would be to thank you as a proposal and a seconder from Councillor Mooney. So I think that's it. Okay, Maura, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just move on then to item 4 and item 5. We've had a late item and it's a letter of support from an MLA. You'll have received that in your pack, and that relates to both item 4 and 5, and that's 19 Lifford Road, Strabane. So that needs to be taken into consideration today before we deal with those items. Item 7 is an application in Carrickstrand and Strabane. We received a number of late items. There's an email attachment from the agent which relates to submissions which were previously received. You'll have seen that in your late item pack. And also there's an email letter support from an MLA as well, received on the 5th of June. So both those items need to be considered before we proceed with that case. Item 8, members, is for an application 64 Culmore Road. We've received a number of late items there also, including amended drawings from the actual agent. As a result of the amended drawings, members, we've no option but to consider these by way of reconsultation and neighbour notification before members could make a decision on it. So I have to recommend that we remove that from the schedule today in order to do that, to make sure that we're making a sound decision. So we'll have to pull that from the schedule, Chair. Item 9 is an application in Newton Stewart, and we've received an email and photographs from the agent in regard to that on the 6th of June. And the same in terms of item 10. We've also received an email and photographs from the agent on the 6th of June. So it's just a reminder, Chair, that all those items need time to be considered before we proceed with each case. That's great. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, members. So obviously item number 2, and as Maura explained, it's also necessary to withdraw item number 8 from the schedule for today's meeting as well. So we will have a running order as follows. The running order is number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 9, and number 10. So pretty much in the order that they've been presented. Councillor Jackson.
Chair, just for clarity, because you read out in the running order that number 2 was included, Just for clarity, is number 2 withdrawn? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I'll just do it again. So it's number 1, number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, and 10. Okay. Thank you. So. Okay, members, item number 6 is matters arising from the open minutes of the Planning Committee held on Wednesday, the 8th of March 2023. Are there any matters arising that you may well wish to bring up at this point? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, well, we'll move on to the main business of the meeting today, which of course is the planning application list with recommendations for decision, etc. So as I said, we will start with number 1, which is LA 11 2022 0233F. Recommendation is for an approval, and our officer presenting to us today is Rosie. You're very welcome back, Rosie. Go for it whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Item 1 is LA 11 2022 0233F. This proposal is for the retention of the change of use of an existing factory building to provide internalised smokeless fuel plant, bagging of coal products and internal storage and reuse of ancillary buildings. Building 1 is to be used as a gatehouse and the remaining buildings 2 to 5 for ancillary storage. Retention of the use of land to the south and east of the factory building to provide external storage of loose and palletised coal. The other ancillary works including alteration to the external fabric of the building to provide 3-number external hoppers, lorry and car parking, landscaping and the provision of drainage swales and attenuation or soakaway areas. On lands 11 and 11A Carrickeel Drive, Maydown Industrial Estate. The recommendation is to approve, and the application is before members today as it falls into the category of major development. The application was previously brought before the Planning Committee in January, but was deferred by members for a site inspection, and the site inspection took place on the 25th of January. Now, after the application was deferred, a further objection was also received, raising concern regarding flooding on Carrickeel Drive and health impacts due to dust. These matters required further consultation with DFI Rivers, NIEA, NI Water and Environmental Health, and the matters raised have been considered and the application is now returned to committee. So, members, the planning report provides the full details and consideration of the matters material to the development, and this presentation is a summary of those issues. So the site is located within the red line here in Carrickeel Drive in the Maydown Industrial Estate, and the development involves the production of smokeless coal briquettes within this existing building and on outside areas of hard standing to the east of the development and to the south of the development. There'll be the external storage of coal, and then drainage swales are to be provided along the areas of hard standing and to drain into attenuation basins to be located or that are located in this location and here where there's sand and gravel substrate. So the next slide here just shows the front elevation of the building as it faces onto Carrickeel Drive, and that will remain as is. These slides just show that the boundary of the site facing onto Carrickeel Drive there's grass planted earth bunds along there, and these provide screening into the site. And this slide just shows one of the areas of hard standing for the external storage of coal. So during the processing of applications, there was objections received, and they raised the following issues. These are dealt with in detail in the planning report, but just in summary, it raises the issue of the impact of coal dust on air quality and the health of employees at nearby businesses, incompatibility with nearby economic development, which requires clean, contaminant-free air, surface water flooding on Carrickeel Drive, the impact on the environment from polluted runoff from the site, road safety concerns, and concerns that other businesses also shared, the concerns that are summarised here. This consultation just sets out the consultees that were consulted, and you'll see there that in the main there's no objection. And I've just highlighted the Rivers Agency response, and we'll be coming back to that when we consider flooding later in the presentation. This slide just summarises the plan and policy that's detailed within the planning report. So in respect of the dairy area plan, the development involves industrial processing and is on lands that are zoned for industrial use at Maydown. And given that the size of the site area and the floor area of the existing building, it's considered to be large-scale industrial use. So in respect of these, both the location and the scale of the development, we consider that the proposal complies with policy IND2 and IND3 of the dairy area plan. Summarise the other matters material to the consideration of the application in terms of its visual impact. Given that the production takes place inside an existing building and that the outside areas of cold storage are screened from view by the grass planted earth bunds, the visual impact of the development is considered to be acceptable. Under policy PED 8 of PPS 4, we're required to give consideration to the compatibility of the development with existing businesses in the area. And as I've just said there, there's been an objection to the development on grounds of dust. And the objector states that it has a requirement for clean, contaminant-free air and also raised concern regarding the impact of dust on the health of an employee. And they provided a photo which they say shows that there's dust at their premises originating from the application property. Now, during the processing of the application, a dust management plan was submitted, and it references the principal guidance regarding management of control of dust from coal yards specifically, and the dust management techniques that can be incorporated into the development to mitigate any potential impact. So we consulted environmental health regarding the dust management plan and the objectors' concerns. So whilst environmental health haven't objected to the application, they have recommended a condition requiring the detailed site-specific dust management for the coal handling operations that are actually utilised on site, and officers consider the condition to be reasonable and necessary to prevent the off-site emission of dust and to protect adjacent commercial properties. Members, we've reviewed the condition that is within the report regarding dust management, and with your agreement, we're suggesting an amendment to the condition to include the requirement that any new dust management or mitigation measures are implemented with immediate effect and that they remain operational for the life of the permission. That's just highlighted there in yellow on that slide. Consideration has also been given to the impact of dust on residential amenity. The nearest residential property is approximately 270 metres from the site, so dust impact is not likely to be significant, and it's considered that the dust management techniques that will be employed in the site should mitigate for dust impact. Environmental Health have also advised that the site must operate under a pollution prevention and control permit. And this is a permit issued outside of the planning process, but it, I suppose, adds another level of assurance in that it's there to prevent emissions or accumulations of dust from the site which could cause harm or nuisance. So officers are satisfied that subject to conditions requiring site-specific dust management techniques, that the impact on air quality due to dust emissions from activities on the site are not likely to be significant. Noise has also been given consideration, and there's a number of conditions set out in the planning report, including hours of operation, production only taking place within the main building, and noise exceedance limits. And officers consider these are reasonable and necessary in the interests of protecting residential and work premises. Another matter of concern raised was the possibility of flood risk, and given the size of the site, a drainage impact assessment was required. And the site isn't impacted by any rivers, so there's no flooding from this source, but it is proposed to deal with drainage from the site by way of swales and infiltration basins. And these are to collect runoff from the hard surfaced areas. So the swales are basically channels that collect runoff and direct it into the infiltration basins. And the infiltration basins are basically ponds designed to store surface water runoff and allow it to infiltrate gradually into the ground. So DFI Rivers have advised that the effectiveness of the ponds is reliant on the system being designed and constructed in accordance with the correct industry standards and having a long-term maintenance programme to ensure they work as they should. The DFI Rivers have advised that commenting on the efficacy of the SUDs is outside their area of knowledge and expertise. The possibility of flooding was also raised by the objector to the development, and they've submitted that a number of photographs, this is just one, showing flooding on Carrickeel Drive. They've advised that flooding is an existing problem within the area and that they're concerned that the development would add to this problem. They're also concerned that the drainage solution proposed for the site isn't fully understood and is considered to be inadequate and lacking in capacity. So on the basis of the objectors' concerns regarding flood risk, further clarification regarding the capacity and function of the basins was requested from the applicant, and we further consulted then with DFI Rivers. So the applicant's agent and the drainage engineer provided further details on the capacity and functioning of the drainage system. And they advise that flooding on Carrickeel Drive is historical and is happening because there's no storm sewer on Carrickeel Drive. They consider there's no increase in that because there's no increase in the hard stand areas within the site, there can be no increase in the storm water runoff from them. The swales and the infiltration basins have been designed by a chartered engineer to industry standard and will be maintained in accordance with a maintenance schedule. The SUDs have been designed to deal with drainage and to direct it away from Carrickeel Drive. And it's also the case that the drainage system has received discharge consent from NIEA Water Management Unit, and these consents mean that the drainage system will be subject to ongoing inspection to ensure that the maintenance schedule is being adhered to. So having considered all this information, officers on balance are satisfied that in accordance with policy FLD 3 of PPS 15, there'll be adequate measures in place to effectively mitigate flood risk. And we've recommended conditions regarding the regular inspection of the drainage system and a monitoring report to demonstrate that it's functioning as it should. There's a number then of matters relating to environmental protection covered by policy ENV 8 in the Derry Area Plan. In respect of ground contamination, there was a contaminated land report submitted with the application to assess historic land uses at the site, and both NIEA and Environmental Health were consulted. The report states that the level of soil contaminants were all detected below the relevant human health guidelines, and Environmental Health has no objection in respect of impact on human health. NIEA regulation unit also have no concerns regarding existing contamination impacting on environmental receptors. The objector raised concerns that polluted runoff water would make its way to the groundwater table, but we reconsulted NIEA regulation unit and they are content that the potential risks to the water environment from land contamination to the site are likely to be low. In respect of surface water impacts, because of the potential for surface water runoff from the site to be polluted with coal sediments, NIEA Water Management Unit was consulted for comment. They consider that the swales and infiltration basins, they've considered that drainage system and have advised that they have issued the discharge consents in respect of them. It's also the case that there's no nearby streams or rivers that polluted water could drain into. So on balance, again, in accordance with policy ENV 8 of the Derry Area Plan, officers are content that the development is unlikely to introduce or increase water pollution to an unacceptable extent. In respect of waste management, as part of the maintenance schedule, the ponds will have to be periodically excavated of coal fines just to make sure they keep functioning as they should. And that material will be disposed of to a licensed facility, and officers have recommended a condition just to ensure that there's no deposition of that material at the site. In respect of impacts on natural heritage, NIEA Natural Environment Division and Shared Environmental Services were consulted, and neither consultee has any concern regarding impact of the development on any European designated site, as there's no hydrological link between the site to any close water courses, as the closest water course is actually 400 metres away from the site. In respect of policy and protected and priority habitats and species, NIEA has no concerns, and the only vegetation on the site, which is on the eastern boundary, will be retained. So in respect of policies NH1, NH2 and NH5 at PPS2, officers are content with the development. In respect of traffic generation, The agent is advised that generally traffic movements will occur across the working day, so there'll be no peaks of traffic movements. There are, however, peak times when coal arrives for unloading at Foyle Port, and then it'll be transported to the site. So the unloading has to be completed within 2 working days, and this is likely to result in short duration, high intensity delivery periods, but the frequency that this happens over is low, occurring for approximately 2 days, 10 times per year. So the traffic impact isn't considered likely to be significant. Access to the site is via an existing access serving the site. Again, objectors had raised concerns on road safety grounds, and we consulted DFI Roads, and they advised the visibility displays of 2.4 by 45 are acceptable. In addition, the applicant's road engineer advises that Carrickeel Drive at this location is not a through road. It terminates at a turning head, and there are no corners or dangerous bends that would make the road itself dangerous. So officers are satisfied that access to the site is in accordance with policy AMP2 of PPS 3. In terms of parking, there's 22 spaces provided, and this is to serve 25 employees. 10 vehicles will be attending daily and 2 for visitors, and nine goods vehicles. So the transport assessment form states that there's also an existing bus stop at Carrickeel Drive, and Maydown Road is served by regular bus services, and there's cycle parking provided as well. So the 22 on-site spaces are considered to be adequate and shouldn't result in parking on Carrickeel Drive. To conclude, it's the professional opinion of officers having taken into consideration the relevant planning policy requirements, consultee responses and the objectors' concerns that the proposal is an acceptable use on these zoned industrial lands, and the application is in balance considered to be acceptable. Officers recommend approval subject to the conditions set out in the planning report. Thank you, members.
Okay, thank you, Rosie. So members, there weren't any late items to consider in advance of that one. As I said, we'll go through the late items as we progress through at the top of each one. However, we do have some speakers who want to address the committee. So we have, and can I welcome Matt Kennedy?
Commissioner on Foyle Port and the applicant, the customer, so I will exclude myself from the meeting at this point.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. And of course, that's you're welcome to do so, and I think probably appropriate. So thank you, Councillor Jackson. As I said, folks, welcome. You have, that was at 5 minutes initially to address the committee. I'm sure, Matt, you're more than well aware of that. And then, of course, members, then that's your opportunity to put any questions that you might have to Matt or Julie or Robert. So, Matt, whenever you're ready. Hi, on, Matt. We're having an audio problem here, so members can't seem to hear you. I'm finding it difficult, and I'm closer than Mr. McKee, for example. So try that again, Matt, from the top. Sorry, Matt, it's not working. It's not working for members here at all. I don't know what the matter. Can somebody see if that microphone's actually on? Doesn't sound like it's on. You should get used to the gremlins on here after a while, because they do come regularly enough. Online's even more challenging. I think I was going to suggest we do that. So we'll take you from down there, Matt. We can still see you. Put the wee button, or push the wee button, Matt, and then that's you online now. Okay, thanks, Matt.
Third time lucky. Chair, councillors, thank you for the opportunity to address the planning committee in this planning application. I'm accompanied here today by the applicants, Julie and Andrew Coyle, and our chartered civil engineer, Mr. Robert Thompson. Proposals been in the planning process in various forms since 2019. And as with any major planning application for a coal yard, it has raised numerous planning issues, ranging from traffic, parking, drainage, noise, dust, flooding, etc. This application has also been dealt with during COVID, which added even more complexity to the processing of the planning application. I'd like to thank Maura, Rosie and Andre and the rest of the planning team for working with us to resolve all the outstanding planning issues and bringing the application to a positive conclusion. I've read the comprehensive 46-page planning committee report on the proposal. I've listened to Rosie's impressive summary of the material planning conditions, planning considerations, would agree with its conclusions. We have no objections to the proposed 19 planning conditions. Welcome the recommendation to approve and would request that councillors would support the application. Myself, Julie and Mr. Thompson are here to answer any questions or queries.
Is a thing of the past, and we're diversifying and we're making a low sulphur product and we're the first company in Northern Ireland that will be manufacturing smokeless briquettes, and we have got some customers in the UK, so we'll be exporting to the UK as well as serving the Republic of Ireland market and the Northern Ireland market. We're providing 27 well-paid jobs. My previous job was in recruitment, so I always believe in paying people a bit more, so we'll be paying people above the minimum wage, and we'll have 4 management opportunities as well. And so I would really be delighted if we could get this passed and we could move on. Thank you.
Julie, okay. Well, let's see what we can do. Okay. So, members, that's open to yourselves now for any questions that you might have for Matt and Julie, etc. Go ahead, Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Matt and Julie. Just to reaffirm, the conditions present no difficulties, isn't that correct?
We have no problem with all of the conditions.
Okay. It's easy enough then. Not too many questions for you. Members, I, of course, was one of those members who attended the site visit as well. So it was an interesting site visit. And again, thank you for hosting the members who came out on that particular day, Julie. It was definitely enlightening. I found it useful. Okay, members. So just sit tight with you are for now. Members, I'm just going to open that up now. Has anybody got any questions for Rosie or any of the officer team around me at this point? No? Anybody online? Nobody online either. Okay, members. Well, there it is. It's in front of you. It's a recommendation for approval, members, if you're so minded, Councillor Mooney.
Thank you. I had no questions for anybody because, like yourself, I attended the site meeting in January, and initially the first blush I thought we were going to a coal plant, but when I actually arrived there and we had the tour of the plant, and there was no offsides. We weren't, we got a full extensive tour. I could see why there was probably indications or objections about dust and about things like that there. But when we got there, I was very impressed by the level of function in the plant. And whatever I've read in the papers is what I saw during the site visit. So on that basis, Chair, I'm happy if unless anybody else wants to come in, but I'm happy they propose the officer's recommendation on that basis. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thanks. Thanks for that. Councillor Mooney, Councillor Barr.
Just that I'm happy to second the proposal.
Thanks, Jason. Just before we do move it to a vote, as I said, I was on the site visit myself, completely concur with what Councillor Mooney was saying. A very, very impressive setup, I thought, and certainly the level of attention to the detail and operating a business of this nature. It was very, very evident to me that had all been considered. Councillor Fleming, go ahead.
After having read and listened to the reports and hearing that the applicants have no problem following through in any of the conditions, I have no objections. I'm happy to support and recommend we support the application.
Noted. Councillor Fleming, thank you. Okay, members, well, I don't see anybody indicating anything other than that there's likely going to be support for this. However, we'll find that out now because we will now put it to the floor for a vote. So, Maura, if you would like to record us through that vote.
Thank you, Chair. Members, this is a proposal to accept the officer's recommendation. Alderman Alan Breslin.
For Maura.
Thank you. Alderman Derek Hussey.
Before I vote, just to clarify, am I eligible to vote vis-a-vis my previous training? Or accept?
Yeah. Thank you. For Alderman Keith Kerrigan.
I'll abstain, Maura, for I wasn't here at the start.
Okay, yeah, that's right. Councillor Jason Barr.
Or
Thank you. Councillor John Boyle. Thank you. Councillor Sean Fleming.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
Or
Thank you. Councillor Conor Heaney.
after the end of training, so I guess they abstain.
Abstain. Councillor Christopher Jackson, declared an interest. Councillor Fergal Leonard.
For Maura.
Thank you. Councillor Catherine McDade.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Rory McHugh.
Or
Thank you. Councillor Sean Mooney. Thank you. And Councillor Patrick Murphy.
for.
Thank you. It's unanimous, Chair.
Okay, members, I think that's very obvious what happened there, folks. So that's a unanimous position that the committee have taken. All that remains for me to do on behalf of the committee is first off, thank you for coming along and taking the time. And of course, sincerely wishing you well with the continuation of your business. Matt, I'm not sure if we're going to see you again today. Is it? No. So I'll bid you good day as well then, Matt. Okay. Members, I think Councillor Jackson's back. That's okay. So that's grand. Let me see. We'll just let everybody leave the room and then we'll get moving to the next one. Okay. All right. Next application is number 3. Obviously, number 2 has been withdrawn from the schedule. Number 3, LA 11 2020 0872/F. Again, a recommendation for approval, and Suzanne, you're going to walk us through that one, Suzanne.
Thank you, Chair. So members, this is item 3. It's an application for 2 dwellings, 2 1.5-storey dwellings with detached garages, 60 metres southeast of 18 Loughness Avenue, Ballymagorry, LA 11 2022 0872F, and the recommendation is to approve. So you will see the site location map in front of you, and also on your packs. The site is outlined in red. The application was previously listed to committee back in November 2022. We received 2 late objections back then, which we were required to consult with statutory consultees on the issues that were raised, and look at the policy issues again. So both sites were previously approved, one at outline stage, one site is still live.
So the history is obviously also a determining a material consideration in this case. Just taking you through an overhead of the site. So it actually sits adjacent to the road at the end of Loch Ness Avenue, where there's a line of development. The next photo is looking westwards into the site. That's an existing shed on the site. And these are photos of looking eastwards back into the site, which is on your right-hand side there. You can see from the top photo the existing, some of the existing development along the road. This is a longer distance view taken back towards the A5. Very difficult to see that view anyway, or only statically, where you can see the line of existing development along the road. So in terms of the policy context, it's listed in your reports, again on the screens that we have considered it under. We've had 27 objections from 6 individual parties. The main issues are summarised below on the screen and are considered in detail in your report. Design, amenity, traffic issues, biodiversity issues and sewage infrastructure. On your screens are photos of the dwellings being proposed. We have, through the processing of the application prior to November, reduced the ridge heights slightly of the dwellings that are being proposed on the site. And this plan is showing you just the block plan, the site location, 1 to 500 block plan of the site and the access and the orientation of the dwellings. So in terms of the planning consideration, it is the officer consideration that firstly, all the consultees are satisfied. The policy criteria of PPS 21 is met, and the fact that this site is considered an appropriate infill opportunity. The live history on part of this on the site, and obviously part of the site which is still live, is a determining material consideration as well. DFI Rivers did. We have conditions outlined in the report. There's one further condition that we haven't added, and that's in relation to a freeboard. DFI Rivers did advise that part of the site to the northeast did previously, there was some surface water flooding, and they're recommending a minimum freeboard of 6 metres to be added. In terms of the objections that we've considered in the report, you'll see that we have gone back to DFI roads in terms of the traffic and the road safety concerns. In terms of the biodiversity issues, again, we've gone to the statutory consultees and the non-statutory consultees, concluding that there's no significant issues there. The issue to do with sewage infrastructure, you will see that although septic tanks were being proposed, NI water management unit are advising that a private treatment facility may be required. That does require a separate consenting regime through NI water, but the policy requires us to have assessed suitable provision, and CTY 16 has been met on that basis. So on that basis, members, officers are concluding the recommendation to approve. Happy to take any further questions.
Thank you, Suzanne. Okay, members. Again, we have a couple of speakers who wish to address the committee. So can I welcome Joe McCormick, agent, on behalf of the applicant, and also the applicants, Keith and Yvonne Friel. So folks, you're very welcome. Joe, good to see you again as well. You have 5 minutes to address the committee if you wish to take those 5 minutes, and then we'll open it up to the floor for questions to you. So Joe, whenever you're ready, take it away.
Mr. Chairman, councillors, thank you for hearing our request for speaking rights. Really, we just want to be here to answer any questions and to ensure that the planning authority's recommendation goes through. We have no objections to any of the conditions being laid down, and are very happy to continue with yourselves. My clients are with me, but again, we do not intend to speak unless there are questions that need to be answered. Thank you.
So, okay, members, you heard it from the man himself there. Anybody got any questions for the applicant or the agent at this point? Alderman Hussey, go ahead.
Yeah, it's not a question for the applicant or the agent, it's just a declaration. As the applicant knows, he has asked me in the past as to where this particular application is within the process. I do not regard that as lobbying. I was simply asked where in the process the application is. Planners know that I did ask questions previously when I wasn't on the planning committee, and I'm content that I have not been lobbied on the issue. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Alderman Hussey, well, I mean, it's your judgment. It's entirely up to yourself. If you feel that that's your position and you feel that you're entitled to vote, then go ahead by all means. It wouldn't be for me or anybody else in the committee to make that decision on your behalf. Any other questions for Joe or the applicants, members? No? Okay, Joe, you can sit back and relax. There's nobody in the chamber indicating that they wish to ask you a question. Any questions?
Chair.
Sorry, who's that? That's yourself, Joe. Go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, no, I just said thank you very much.
All right. Okay, that's grand. Yeah. You're welcome. Questions for Suzanne, members? Oh, Councillor Barr, go ahead.
No questions, but a proposal.
Chair, away.
I propose that we accept the officer's recommendation to approve the application.
Okay, so no questions on the proposal to accept the officer's recommendation to approve. Any seconders on that particular application? Councillor Leonard, you're seconding, yeah. Okay, so that's a proposal from Councillor Jason Barr, seconded by Councillor Fergal Leonard. And again, we'll go through the formality of recording the opinion of the vote. Maura, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Members, this is item 3, and it's a proposal to accept the officer's recommendation to approve. Alderman Alan Breslin.
For Maura.
Thank you. Alderman Derek Hussey.
For.
Thank you. Alderman Keith Kerrigan.
For Maura.
Thank you. Councillor Jason Barr.
Or
Thank you. Councillor John Boyle.
Or.
Thank you. Councillor Sean Fleming.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Connor Heaney.
Abstain.
Okay. Councillor Christopher Jackson.
Or.
Thank you. Councillor Fergal Leonard.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Catherine McDade. Thank you. Councillor Rory McHugh.
For.
Thank you. And Councillor Sean Mooney. And Councillor Patrick Murphy.
For.
Thank you. It's unanimous, Chair. And 1 abstention.
Okay, that's unanimous, bar the 1 abstention, members. So again, thanks for that. And again, Joe, thank you for joining us. And can I wish Keith and Yvonne well on behalf of the members of the committee here as well. So enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Hopefully the sun's shining when you get out there. Okay, members, we'll move on to item number 4. There was one late item in relation to number 4 and number 5. It's the supporting letter from Daniel McCrossan, MLA. Can I just ask the question, has everybody already read that late item? And if you haven't, then I can give you a minute or 2 to read it. So I've gotten a sense that everybody's already read that letter. Okay. So then we'll move on. The first one, item number 4, which is LA 11/2021. The late item actually refers to both 4 and 5, but I'm sure you've worked that out. LA 11/2021 0760/F. And the presentation, Laura. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, members. This application, LA 11/2021 0760F, is for the retention of existing infill land and boundary fence for use as a designated HGV parking area and associated site works. And that includes the removal of existing curb line within the site and alterations to existing car parking layout. And this is located at 19 Lifford Road, Strabane, and the recommendation is to refuse. This application was previously presented to members back in February 2023. Members at that meeting voted not to accept the officer's recommendation to refuse. Members were advised at that meeting that further consultation would be required with DFI roads in terms of the layout and the parking as it wasn't a standard. So the application was deferred. The agent submitted amended plans in March and DFI roads were reconsulted. So the application is back before members for reconsideration. This just shows the site location. The application site's located on the countryside, is defined with Strabane area plan. It's an existing operational commercial premises. It's located equidistant between Strabane town and Lifford, just close to the border. So this shows some photos of the application site and the area on which the proposed parking is proposed. As you can see, the land has already been infilled and there's been some works undergoing already at the site. Again, this is just images looking towards the application site. The top left there is from the Strabane side looking towards the premises. It's known locally as the ones, and from the other side that's looking from Lifford again towards the application site. This slide just outlines the policy context under which we assess the application, including the Strabane area plan, the SPPS, PPS 21, PPS 11, PPS 2, PPS 3 and PPS 15. So this slide has the latest drawing which we've received in terms of indication of the layout. The section under which this application is proposed is over here on the right hand side, and it just shows the HGV parking spaces indicated on the plans. So in terms of consultation responses, the existing responses remained. We did go back to DFI roads. So they had no objections in regards to intensification of the access onto the protected route. They noted that the site layout plan doesn't accurately reflect the current layout site or the works provided, but they've provided conditions if we wish to approve the application. And just to point out that the DFI Rivers consultation also stands where they've considered the FRA submitted. Consider that the proposal will still increase flood risk in the lands which adjoin the site. So in terms of establishing the principle of this proposal, it falls firstly to policy FLD1 of PPS 15, which states that development won't be permitted within the floodplain unless the applicant can demonstrate that it constitutes an exception to the policy or that it's of overriding regional importance. As detailed to members previously and on the report, officers don't consider that it meets any of those exceptions or that it is of regional importance. Policy WM4 is also considered due to the infilling of the land. And so it refers across to policy WM1. So officers wouldn't be content that any unacceptable adverse environmental impact can be prevented due to the flooding issue. Under all other policy criteria, with regards to policy WM4, it fails to meet 3 of those criteria, just in terms of local need, environmental impact and the restoration of the site. Policy FLD1 is previously outlined. The proposal fails to comply as it will lead to an increase in flood levels in the land which surrounds the site, and it doesn't meet any of the exceptions. In terms of policy CTY 13 and 14, it's not considered that there are any issues with design and it won't harm the rural character of the area. The works are already complete. There's already a fence there. It won't have a significant visual impact other than what exists at present. In terms of the SPPS, the material used is inert. Environmental Health have no objections and have considered the report submitted. In terms of PPS2, both SES and NIA have been consulted and there have been no objections to the proposal. There's a water course close by the site, but given that most of the works are complete, it's unlikely that it would have any impact upon it. And just in terms of PPS3, this proposal doesn't represent intensification of the protected route. The layout and parking proposed has been accepted by council, by officers, and we're content that it complies with policy MP2. The spaces indicated can be provided as shown. So in terms of representations, there have been 5 letters of support received, one which was submitted to members as late items. And just in terms of the information provided on those, that just, that the parking's already used. It's used by HGV drivers. It provides extra space. It reduces congestion. And that this is a long-standing business which provides employment. And the influence so far has not caused problems, and there will be maybe environmental impacts of removing it. These have been considered in detail in the planning report. So just to summarise, we consider the proposal is located within the Q100 floodplain, and as such it's contrary to policy FLD1 of PPS 15, and the proposal will increase flood levels, which is also contrary to FLD1 and policies WM4 and WM1 of PPS 11, and as such refusal is recommended for the reasons as set out in the report and the slide here in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Okay, members, we have via WebEx a speaker who is speaking in support of the application here. That's Councillor Brian Hart. We also, then after we hear from Brian, we will have hear from the agent, Brian Kelly. So first off, can I welcome Councillor Hart. Members, there won't be any questions put to Councillor Hart. It's simply his opportunity to express his reasons for support of this application. So Brian, whenever you're ready, take it away.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the committee. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Councillor Brian Hart of the Sperrin DEA. Would like to make representations to the Planning Committee today against the decision to refuse planning permission for the planning applications of lands at 19 Lifford Road, Strabane. I think they refer to two actual applications, one retention of the existing buildings, including ice cream parlour store and Class A1 retail unit and associated external seating, and this one is particular retention of the existing filled land and boundary fence for use as a designated HGV parking area. These applications have been submitted to enable a long-standing family-run business to continue operating in a successful manner. The business incorporated on the site employs over 60 local people and provides a vital local service to people of Strabane and the wider area. Over the years, as this business has flourished, and as such, there has been increased demand for extra parking facilities. The extra space will facilitate safe parking for customers and particularly large HGVs, which use the space for overnight stays, rest breaks, and to be able of on-site facilities. Mr. Dolan has invested a considerable amount of money over the last 20 years to help rectify the issue, and that was created after he was given poor advice about filling in this section of land. It does not seem proportionate at this stage to request removal. Furthermore, there have been no flooding instances on this site or anything else of this nature. Mr. Dolan has made genuine attempts to resolve issues around the site in a reasonable fashion. On viewing the applicant's site, the area in question forms a small part of the overall site and currently is appended seamlessly without any issues. I would encourage the committee here today to vote against the decision to refuse permission and ensure that the business does not suffer because of the planning decision. And I ask that you support in favour to have the decision to refuse overturned and to grant planning permission for the applicant. Thank you for hearing my submission today.
Thank you, Councillor Hart. I think you were probably addressing both of the proposals that are in front of us here and what you said there. However, I'm sure members will have understood that's what you were doing. Okay, members, can I just now welcome Brian Kelly, the agent, who's again online. Brian, you're very welcome. Good to see you again. Oh, Brian's in the room. It's even better to see you in person then, Brian. I thought you were online. Take a seat. Whenever you're ready, Brian.
Chair, I'll be very, very brief. I suppose the reason I'm here this afternoon is the Dolan family asked me to come along and to express very sincere thanks for the unanimous support at the previous time this application came in front of this committee. So it's obviously a very important proposal to them and to sustaining the existing business there on the site. We suppose we debated in full around the flooding policy, and in terms of kind of the appropriateness of the development on the site. And so I don't intend to go back over that again today, but I'm here available for questions if you have any. So that's really all I want to say is thank you. It's obviously very important. There's 67 jobs sustained on site by these proposals. So it's important that, you know, the usage of the site safely for HGVs and car parking is continued. Thanks very much.
Brian, I'm going to actually address, Brian, there are a number of members on the committee who will not have heard that previously, and it might probably be worth your while going over some of that, some of those areas that you did cover the last time. If you're ready and prepared to do that, I'll certainly give you the time to do that.
Thanks, Chair. No, I'd be happy to do that. I think there's probably a couple of key items maybe to draw to your attention. We talked there about the flooding policy, for example, and I think something just to point out to you was that, and as Councillor Hart had mentioned, there has been investment here to resolve this issue. So part of that was the appointment of McCloy Consulting, so they're flooding specialists. They undertook a report on the site, and I'm going to just read through their conclusions. I think you might find them helpful. The retained development does not affect the flood extent outside the site. There's no change to predicted water levels in the channels of the River Mourne or the Foyle. There's a localised effect where flood levels are increased by 0.015 of a metre, which is about the thickness of your fingernail, and up to 0.011 with 11 millimetres on land adjacent to the site. So again, less than the width of your fingernail. And lands outside the site where an increase in flood levels predicted would have flood levels to depths of less than 0.6 of a metre regardless of the development. So we're talking, you know, next to nil impact here by retaining this material on the site. Another report to bring your attention to is there was to understand the condition of the material that's been placed on the ground. So RSK consulting engineers were appointed and they prepared a preliminary risk assessment and a generic quantitative risk assessment. Again, just to read you the conclusions of their report, the site does not pose an unacceptable risk to human health receptors. The site does not pose any unacceptable risk to controlled water receptors. And the site does not pose an unacceptable risk to human health receptors with regards to ground gas. Just a few other points and a note from the officer's report. The Shared Environmental Services has undertaken a habitat regulation assessment and accepted that there's no further assessment required. It's inert waste. It's not presenting any pollution issue. And NIA Environmental Division also has no objection. Environmental Health has signed off as well. So it's a very inert situation. Material's been on the site for approximately 20 years. So it really is now about the use of the site for car parking and the safety that offers. I think at the previous committee we talked about, you know, if HGVs couldn't park in this area, you'd have the unfortunate situation they'd have to park up on the side of Lifford Road, and obviously the safety issues that could result from that. So it's, you know, it's a fairly simple proposal, but the consequences of not approving it to prevent parking of HGVs, to remove this material and transfer it to God knows where else, to landfill, just doesn't bear thinking about. I hope that gives a bit of a summary as to what's involved.
I recall from the last time we did discuss it that those matters were very pertinent at the time. Members, anybody got any questions for Brian in relation to what he's just said? You know, everybody looks content enough, Brian. You must have done a fantastic job there. They don't need to ask any questions. So sit tight. Just sit tight we are. Okay, members, any further questions for the officer team or indeed anyone sitting around us? None? Okay. Well, there is a recommendation there in front of you, members. It is a recommendation to refuse, and I will now, of course, welcome any further thoughts in relation to that recommendation. Or indeed proposals. Councillor Gallagher, and then I'll come to yourself, Alderman.
Thank you. And I was in attendance at the last meeting where the committee agreed to overturn the decision of officers. And the report today is the same report, So I won't be changing my mind. So I'd be happy to make a proposal that be overturned officer's recommendation. And just to conclude that there's a number of material considerations and also the fact that the flood risk is minimal. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Gallagher. There's a wee bit of a queue here, folks. So Alderman Hussey. So members, if you can, of course, again, outline your reasons for why you think. I mean, there are certainly some of them. Alderman Hussey, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and to officers and Brian, presentation on the facts. This is a long-established site, and all you have to look at is the site history and the permissions granted on that site over the years. The economic impact of what planners are proposing would be quite devastating for that part of the council area. And I'm also mindful of other developments that this council would be involved in around about that area via Riverine, etc. And I have to say, I haven't heard anything that would make me think that I should not support the previous decision of this particular committee, although I wasn't on the committee. But as you know, I do take an interest in planning and have watched it on WebEx. I watched the previous discussions, and I haven't heard anything that would change my mind to back the previous decision of planning committee. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, well, having said that, then I'm assuming you're going to be the seconder for Councillor Gallagher's proposal. Councillor Jason Barr, you're all right with that? Anybody else? No? Okay, recommendation, obviously, the proposal from Councillor Gallagher is not to accept the reasons for refusal, seconded by Alderman Hussey. I have to say before we do go to that vote, what Brian said there about, vehicular traffic and where you would have an alternative situation where you would have HGVs parked out in the road. I mean, that would be just simply ludicrous. In my view, I've been in and around that, albeit I'm from the city. I've actually eaten in the restaurant there and stuff like that. I know that area well enough myself as well. So, Laura, can we move it to recording the vote?
Thank you, Chair. Members, this is item 4, and the proposal is not to accept officer's recommendation to refuse. Alderman Alan Breslin.
Or.
Alderman Derek Hussey.
Or.
Thank you. Alderman Keith Kerrigan.
Abstain, Maura.
Okay. Councillor Jason Barr.
Or.
Thank you. Councillor John Boyle.
Or.
Thank you. Councillor Sean Fleming.
For.
Okay. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
Or.
Okay. Councillor Connor Heaney.
Abstain.
Okay. Councillor Christopher Jackson.
Or.
Okay. Councillor Fergal Leonard.
Or.
Thank you. Councillor Catherine McDade.
Or.
Okay. Councillor Rory McHugh.
Or.
Okay. Councillor Sean Mooney. Okay. And Councillor Patrick Murphy.
For.
Okay.
Once again, that's pretty unanimous, members. So again, thank you for that. Sit tight, Brian, because I think I've got a sense that you might be up again very, very shortly. So that's item number 4. We'll move directly on to item 5, which is LA 11-2022-0217F. We will hear the report on that first again, Laura, and then members, the same 2 speakers will be wanting to address the committee, but we'll address that in due course. So Laura, if you want to walk us through the report.
Application LA 11-2022-0217F is for the retention of the existing buildings, an ice cream parlour, store and Class A1 retail unit in lieu of existing hot food takeaway and associated external heat seating at 19 Lefford Road, Strabane, and again, the recommendation is to refuse. As with the previous application, this application was presented to members back in February, and where members voted not to accept the officer recommendation. Again, amended plans were submitted, and reconsultation was taken with DFI Roads, so the application is back before members. Again, this is site location. I'll not go over it again. It's between Lefford and Strabane. It's in the countryside and Strabane area plan. This slide just shows some images of the building, which is proposed for retention. It's located to the rear of the site, behind the kind of main commercial premises, and you can just see the seating area at the front of that building. Again, this is just images looking towards the application site from both the Lefford and Strabane directions. The policy context under which this application was considered, including the Strabane area plan, SPPS, PPS 21, PPS 2, PPS 3, PPS 15. So this just shows the elevations in terms of drawings of the buildings there that we've seen in the image previously, and the slide and the image down here in the corner just shows the kind of overall layout of the site, including the parking area for the HGVs. In terms of consultations, again, they're outlined in detail in the report. Just in terms of DFI Roads, they were reconsulted with the amended plans. They've stated that the proposal requires 6 parking spaces, and they provide, again, conditions if we are content with the proposal. Just in terms of the principle of this development proposal, it's considered again under PPS 21, given it's in the countryside. Just in terms of FLD1 of PPS 15, the same issues are arising, that it's not considered to be an exception to the policy or of overriding regional importance. Just to differentiate, this proposal is for a retail unit, so it's considered under the SPPS and that respect, where the SPPS requires that retail will be directed to town centres, and as opposed to the countryside, and that this type of retail development isn't appropriate in the countryside. All our planning criteria, again, policy CTY 13 and 14, there's no issues with the design of the buildings. They're located to the rear of the existing complex. They won't have any significant visual impact. The SPPS, there's no issues with regards to amenity and human health. Environmental health have been consulted due to the nature of the proposal. They have no objections and have provided advice. In terms of PPS 2, there's no issues with natural or built heritage. The proposal is already complete, therefore it's unlikely it would have any impact on any existing water courses or anything that are nearby. And then with regards to PPS 3, we had reconsulted roads. We consider that the proposal doesn't constitute intensification onto the protected route, and we're content that it's 6 parking spaces required for this development, and the agent has made an argument in relation to that in terms of visits to the overall site, and officers are content that the parking can be provided on site. Again, we've had 2 letters of support on this application. One received today as a late item to members, just outlining that it's a long-standing family business. The units have been in existence, and there's no additional traffic to the ice cream parlour. Again, just to summarise, the application site is located within the Q100 floodplain, therefore it's contrary to policy FLD1 of PPS 15, and the proposal isn't considered to be an appropriate retail facility in the countryside, which is contrary to the SPPS, and as such, refusal is recommended for the reasons set out in the planning report and the slide here in front of you. Thank you.
Thanks, Laura. Okay, members, again, back to Mr. Hart. Brian, is there anything further that you might wish to add for the benefit of the committee? You're welcome to do so.
No, Chair. Just my last statement really encompasses those 2 planning applications. So I just want to reiterate that I'm against the decision to refuse planning permission. So thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Councillor Hart. And again, like yourself, Brian Kelly, anything to add to that?
Thanks very much, Chair. I think just the same again, really. Thank you to the members for your unanimous support. I'll just give you a few summary points, if you like, on this planning application. Obviously, things have moved on since the previous committee with the access and parking issues now resolved, so it's reduced the refusal reasons by 2. In this situation, I suppose, Dolan family has invested 150,000 to replace 2 redundant retail units on the site. And the whole idea was to introduce a new revenue generator. It was during the COVID pandemic, and the Dolan family were looking to see, well, what other business could they generate on site to protect the existing workforce? So that's what they did. And they've accepted that, that the upgrade of that unit does require planning permission. The drive-through that was constructed on site, that is no longer required. Instead, the ice cream unit performs as a shared trip for anyone who's purchasing groceries or fuel on site. So the drive-through and the associated kind of fence there that approach to the application of flood policy with a separate application next door. It was previously decided by the planning authority that there's an existing use on the site and that these are sufficient grounds to be considered an exception to the policy. So that's what happened next door, and I suppose what we're expecting would occur on this site too. The second refusal reason, SPPS, paragraph 6279, planning for sustainable development. And really this is about a consistent approach to the planning of the area. Again, we're looking to adjacent previous applications and notes and comments there from officer reports. And there, what was discussed was that there are, in that officer's report and looking at the context, which includes the Dolan complex, it says there are retailing outlets immediately to the northwest and the southeast. Under these circumstances, with existing retailing in the area, I, the case officer, do not find it expedient to exercise a policy of restricting the development to non-retail operations. So that was approach on the adjacent site. So again, to say that a retail unit on this site for the sale of ice cream is inappropriate just doesn't it doesn't stack up. Again, the application of countryside policy to this site, we say speaks to the age of the plan, and it requires us to apply our judgment. Obviously, there has been other applications next door and on all lands around the Dolan complex. So I think things have moved on in planning terms. So that's our roundup, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Anybody got any questions for Brian? Go ahead, Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Brian. There was one wee element there that I did have a concern with. It was from roads that of Class A retail non-food. They're saying there that it required 6 car parking spaces. And I note in your presentation, you said parking had been resolved. Does that include those 6 spaces that road service had the concern about?
My understanding is that we've provided the ample required number of car parking spaces that the DFI is looking for.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, no other questions for you, Brian? Just stay where you are. Any questions for the officers, members? Not, I'll take proposals. Councillor Gallagher, go ahead.
Again, Chair, I sat on the previous committee that voted to overturn this, and again, I haven't changed my mind. And in fact, there's probably been some improvements to the application since then. And again, the reason for refusal, issue 1, blood risk, I think we should set aside as very minimal. And issue 2 is there is an extension lineage of businesses from here right to what's known as the Tinny site, and then across the road into the new. So, well, technically, this may be deemed in some plan as being in the countryside. The reality is it's far from it. So I think we could set that one aside as well.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. I'll come to you in a minute. Councillor Barry, yes, I'm guessing you're wanting to second anyway. It's an interesting one you bring up there. When is the countryside not the countryside? You know, and what you've just said there, I mean, there's a continuous line of businesses that run from that business all the way in there. What isn't the countryside, if you want to look at it that way? Go ahead, Jason.
Not just as you say, Chair, just to content to second everything Councillor Gallagher's just said there.
So we have a proposal from Councillor Paul Gallagher, seconded by Councillor Jason Barr, to not accept the officer recommendation to refuse. I agree with Councillor Gallagher as well. I think this is actually a stronger application than it was the last time we looked at it. So, but we'll put it to the floor. Okay, Maura, so let's walk our way through that vote.
Thank you. It's item 5, members, and it's a proposal not to accept officer's recommendation to refuse. And it's Alderman Alan Breslin first.
For Maura.
Thank you. Alderman Derek Hussey.
Or
Thank you. Alderman Keith Kerrigan.
Alan Maura.
Okay. Councillor Jason Barr.
Or
Thank you. Councillor John Boyle.
Or.
Thank you. Councillor Sean Fleming.
or
Thank you. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
Or
Thank you. Councillor Conor Heaney.
abstain.
Councillor Christopher Jackson.
or
Thank you. Councillor Fergal Leonard.
or
Thank you. Councillor Catherine McDade.
Or.
Thank you. Councillor Rory McHugh.
Or
Thank you. Councillor Sean Mooney. Thank you. And Councillor Patrick Murphy.
or
Thank you. Unanimous again.
And again, that's unanimous, members. So all it remains for me to do is, again, thank Councillor Hart for coming and joining us online. And of course, Brian, you're very welcome. And thanks for, again, coming along and explaining that for our benefit. So again, wish everybody well with going forward with that application. Okay. Members, next one on our list for decision is number 6. Which is LA 11 2022 0894/DC. And we have a couple of speakers, but before that, Suzanne is going to present for us. So Suzanne, whenever you're ready.
Chair. So members, this is an item, an application made under condition LA 11 2022 0894/DC. And it is a proposal to discharge condition 5 of planning approval A 2014-0495F on lands opposite 52 Lismacarroll Road, Glenshane Road, Cross Valley, McCormick, Londonderry. And the recommendation that officers have is to approve consent to discharge the condition. So the condition is on your screens in front of you, and the condition requires a final construction environmental management plan must be submitted to Derry and Strabane District Council by the appointed contractor prior to any works commencing on site. And it goes on to say it should reflect all the mitigation and avoidance measures to be employed as outlined in the outline SEMP, and all additional information submitted. The approved SEMP shall be adhered to and implemented throughout the construction period strictly in accordance with the approved details, unless otherwise agreed in writing by the local authority. So this is the site location map of the planning permission the SEMP refers to. And the construction environmental management plan was submitted to council back in September 2022. The permission to develop this site did expire in January, 17th of January 2023. However, it's the officer consideration that the condition requires the submission of a SEMP prior to the commencement of development. As you'll see, members, there's quite a relevant, significant site history. This proposal is not to navigate through the site history again. This is merely looking at the construction environmental management plan that has been submitted. You'll also see there have been 11 objections in total, I think, from 9 individual objectors, and raising a wide range of issues in terms of the consultee process, the committee process, and then obviously environmental considerations, which we have taken further with those statutory and non-statutory consultees. You'll see the consultee responses. Natural Environment Division advised that they'd no comment to make with regard to designated sites, and obviously Council is the competent authority in assessing the impact on the adjacent River Faughan and tributaries SAC, and SES have been considered on that basis. NI Water Management Unit have been consulted and are generally content with the principles being displayed, offer no further objections. Shared Environmental Services have responded, again, satisfied, and Council did, at the request of the objectors, consult Lochs Agency, who's obviously a non-statutory consultee. They had no objection. The proposal does not propose in-river works. So in terms of the issues that have been raised in terms of representations, those are listed in detail in your report. I've summarised them on your screen today. I'm happy to take any queries on them. We feel that the officer team have addressed these and taken those views on board by consideration and consultation with consultees. And just to advise that the proposal was previously listed in March, but a further appendix was submitted by the applicant, sort of providing further information which had already been provided, known as Appendix 15, on the pollution prevention and control measures for the site. So on that basis, officers have considered the responses from statutory consultees. We've considered the issues raised by the objectors, and we are making the balanced consideration that consent to discharge can be granted. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, we'll come back to you on that, Suzanne. Okay, members. So we do have let me see where we're at. Yes, we have 2 speakers. We have an objector who wishes to address the committee, and that's Dean Blackwood. And then after Dean, we will hear from David Donaldson, who's the agent on behalf of the applicant. So, Dean, you're very welcome. You'll be our first speaker. Can you confirm that you can hear me okay?
I can hear you okay. Chair, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Here, so again, Dean, you're very welcome. Thanks for joining us, and I'll open it over to you. You've got 5 minutes to address the committee, and then obviously I'll afford them the chance to ask any questions of you, so they, if they so wish. So, Dean, whenever you're ready.
Okay, thanks, Chair. The approval of holiday chalets at this site remains controversial, and irrespective of the committee's decision, will continue to give rise to serious questions and controversy about how council officials conduct planning business. The mishandling of this case continues with this recommendation before you today. The concerns are many, but in the allotted time, I'll focus on 2 that members would be wise to seek assurance from officials. First, RFA has raised a fundamental point of environmental law which appears to have been neglected. Contrary to what you're being told, this subsequent application has not been assessed for the operational effects of any discharges to the special area of conservation. Officials wrongly rely on the advice from consultees to dismiss our concern. However, none of the consultees address the point of law, nor is it their responsibility to do so. That is your responsibility based on the advice from your officials. But if they have not understood the point, then you as decision makers will not have been properly advised. Since the original decision was made, new case law determines that the operational effects of discharges to an SAC cannot be left to another consenting authority post planning permission. So the assurance members would be wise to seek from officials is what consideration has been given to the 2019 court ruling of Preston v Cumbria County Council, and why the report fails to alert you to the wide-reaching implications of this judgment. Second, the report repeatedly refers to the Construction Environmental Management Plan, or CEMP. To be clear, The planning condition requires a submission of a final SEMP prior to any works commencing. This application initially appeared on the March 23 schedule recommending refusal to discharge condition 5. This was because there was insufficient environmental information to do so. In effect, planners were telling this committee back in March that there was no final SEMP capable of being discharged. Therefore, members would be wise to seek assurance from officials as to when precisely they consider the final SEMP was received. This is important because if it was after the permission expired in January 23, you cannot discharge this condition. If it was before the 18th of January 2023, then why were officials recommending that you refuse to discharge the planning condition in March? RFA has some sympathy with the applicant, as we have been pitted against each other due to the abject feelings of officials and their willingness to conceal that neglect. However, the applicant was wrong to accuse this council of allowing those who made representations, including councillors, to unduly influence, delay, and deliberately frustrate the planning process. To be clear, those who intervened did so because of their evidence-based concerns over the mismanagement of this case and the miscarriage of justice it has given rise to. RFA thanks those from the Gatherings Planning Council subgroup for their close scrutiny and submissions, and the councillors for their continued support and shared concern about this case and how it was handled. Having viewed the hard evidence for himself and given the allegations against him, Councillor Donnelly has called on the Chief Executive of this council to invite the local government auditor to investigate if anyone involved in this case has set out to rely on false or misleading information. This is the same hard evidence meticulously presented to senior councillor officials who refused to keep an official record. It's the same hard evidence that was ignored by an independent reviewer who failed to establish the basic facts behind the serious whistleblowing concerns presented. This is the same hard evidence provided to the Public Accounts Committee upon its request to be picked up by it should the Assembly be restored. If any member of this committee or their parties are genuinely concerned with probity and planning, which I believe you are, you should look no further than the mishandling of this project to understand why the public's mistrust in your council's planning system is fast approaching a stage where it is irredeemably beyond repair. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Okay. Members, any questions for Mr. Blackwood in relation to what he's just told you, Alderman Hussey?
It's just a quick one on the, I noticed in the representations that it said Lochs agency should be consulted. And above that, we see Lochs agency, no objection. That confuses me. Plus the fact that there's been a lot of stuff there about legal and all the rest of it. Would our own legal representative care to comment on that?
It's questions for Mr. Blackwood at the minute and answers from Mr. Blackwood. I'm not even sure that was a question to Mr. Blackwood, to be honest with you, Alderman Hussey.
I'm happy to take it, Chair.
Well, if you want to try and answer a question that wasn't directed to you, but go ahead.
Well, in terms of the Lochs agency having no objections, that's somewhat disingenuous in the sense that the concern, Lochs agency first raised the concern about not being consulted on the original application, because it's not just about having in-river works. Lochs agency also have a statutory remit under their own legislation about the promotion of angling, so they should have been consulted. More so, whilst there is a suggestion there that whilst there was a claim that there is no in-river works, if you look at figure 2 of the drawing before you, it proposes a concrete discharge bulkhead into the river. Now, so as I'm not being disingenuous, I know that is not proposed anymore, but the fact is it's on the approved drawings. So you as a committee would want to be assured, or maybe might want to get a revised drawing to ensure what exactly it is you're discharging here in relation to this condition.
Right, thank you. Any other questions, Mr. Blackwood? Councillor Gallagher?
Thank you. And it does sound very complex, but just from what you've previously stated, are you saying that if we were to agree today to the consent, this discharge condition, then we could be technically in breach of some judgment or legal decision previously? Is that
Yes,
what I understood?
Yes, the judgment that I have mentioned has been drawn to the attention of officials previously, and in fact, it was referred to most recently in the case at that was up before the committee in March in relation to the service station at Lismacarroll Road. So it basically what it says is that when you get a planning permission, you cannot defer the operational effects of a judgment of a proposal to discharge to another consenting authority. That's how Derry City Council and indeed probably many other councils operate at present. So it's not just an issue for this application, it's an issue for every application where you defer the consent and the habitats regulation assessment to another consenting authority.
Thank you. You all right with that? Yeah. You want to come back on again or no? I'll leave you for now. Anybody else, any questions for Mr. Blackwood? 18, are you okay to move on, Councillor? Well, we'll come back to that then, Paul. Okay, Mr. Blackwood, sit tight where you are. We're going to work on with this. So, members, we also have a speaker here to address the committee, David Donaldson, who is an agent on behalf of the applicant. So again, David, you're very welcome. Thanks for joining us. And like the previous speaker, you've got 5 minutes to address the committee, and then we'll hear any questions that they might have for you as we proceed. So whenever you're ready, David, take it away.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we've got you loud and clear. Carry on.
Okay, thank you, Chair. As you said, my name's David Donaldson. I'm a planning consultant acting on behalf of the applicant. Chair, planning permission for this development of a manager's dwelling and 6 apartments for tourism use was granted back in 2018. Condition 5 is the only remaining condition where confirmation is required from the council that it has been discharged. This required a construction environmental management plan to be submitted prior to any work commencing. The CEMP was submitted back in September 22. Chair, whilst objectors may be unhappy that planning permission for this development was granted by this council, this is a matter of fact. Indeed, the council's decision was upheld by the court in an unsuccessful legal challenge by the objector. The High Court has ruled that the decision was sound. Chair, we need a bit of perspective here. This is not a complex case as portrayed. As Suzanne says, this is not a forum in which the principle of the approved development can be reopened. It is about a single condition. Chair, the final CEMP, as submitted in September, was a 33-page document which included reference to 20 further appendices which could be made available to the Council. The March Committee report highlighted 4 aspects of the CEMP which had been raised by Water Management Unit. Our consistent position is the submitted CEMP, which was prepared by an accredited environmental contractor, was more than adequate to comply with Condition 5 and fully ensures no risk to the environment. Nevertheless, Appendix 15, which refers specifically to pollution control and contingency plans, was submitted in March 2023 in response to the comments that we received back at that time. Chair, we'd ask you to note that all of the relevant consultees, including Shared Environmental Services, Water Management Unit, Natural Environment Division, and indeed Lochs Agency, are content with the CEMP. They are experts in their field. These must be given substantial weight. Chair, there can be no rational basis on which the committee should decline to confirm that the Condition 5, which is the only remaining condition on this planning approval, Condition 5 has in fact been discharged. Chair, I'm happy to take any questions that members wish to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Okay, and I will now put that proposal to you, members. Anybody got any questions for David Donaldson here in relation to this particular matter? Anybody? Councillor Gallagher?
Thank you. Just, I've heard today from the previous speaker, stuff around previously false or misleading evidence being presented and a case of whistleblowing arising out of the previous application. Would David consider that as a consideration today?
Chair, it's a good question, Chair, and I think the committee has to be very careful here to stick to the actual policy and the facts of the case. The previous application, which I say was granted in 2018 by this council, was challenged in the High Court by the objectors, and the High Court found that that decision was sound. That was the correct decision that the committee made back at that time. This particular project was delayed significantly because of the High Court challenge. The appellant or the applicant was substantially challenged, in fact, by that High Court challenge, but the outcome of the court was that the decision made by the council was the correct decision. Chair, I'm not going to engage in any assertions about misinformation or any of that. The objector, you've heard from the objector, they're obviously not happy about a number of aspects about the handling of this case and perhaps others. We're sticking to the facts. We were required to submit a final CEMP before work commenced. We submitted that back in September 22. It has been robustly assessed by all of the consultees, including Locke's agency, which were only consulted to the request of the objectors, and it has been found to meet all the necessary requirements. It will ensure there is no risk to the environment as this development progresses. I think that's as fair a summary as I can make at this point in time, Chair.
Okay, no, Councillor Gallagher's quite happy with that answer to his question. Any other? Well, I don't know if you're happy, but certainly it's one way of describing it.
Chair, that's a wee bit misleading there, so I think you should take that back.
I'll take it back. He indicated that he was content to have heard your answer, I think is really what I should have said. Apologies, Councillor Gallagher. Alderman Hussey, a question for the agent.
You know, forgive my naivety or whatever, but you know, when I bought my home in the countryside, I had to provide discharge condition at that house. I don't see what the problem is with the, being properly frugal and ensuring that the discharge is properly dealt with. And I'm still confused on that, to be quite honest. It was there at the beginning. Why now try and change? It was accepted, I think, at the beginning. That's what was said, but it was over time it changed. I am confused.
I suppose that's a good enough question, and we've got the man here might be able to answer that for you. So, David, I think Alderman Hussey is just basically looking for some clarity as to why this discharge would now be felt necessary. That's really what you're asking, isn't it, Derek? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this was an extensive process, Chair. The original planning application went in 2014. We're now sitting in 2023. The original planning application in 2014 did include what was called an outline construction environmental management plan, because at that time the details were still being established as to how no contractor had been appointed, for example. So what is normal is that whenever planning permission is granted, conditions are imposed so that as the development progresses towards the construction stage, measures are in place to ensure that there is no impact on the environment. There are several conditions here. There was one about the adjacent site next door and about potential pollution that was addressed. Condition 5 basically required the final construction environmental management plan to be submitted by the contractor and before the development work commenced. That's what we have done. We've submitted a more detailed final construction environmental management plan, as I say, which runs to 33 pages, 20 appendices dealing with effectively every environmental or potential environmental impact under the sun. So that has been put in to ensure that this development, as it progresses, will not cause any adverse impact whatsoever upon what is a sensitive environment. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, David. Any other questions for Mr. Donaldson before I move on? Okay, nobody in the room indicating they want to ask you a question here, David, so just sit tight for now. Okay, members, any questions for officers from yourselves, Councillor Jackson?
Good Chair, and suppose I can understand some of the comments, and I can understand I think the term used by Alderman Hussey was confusion, because whenever I read the report, it did jump out. It is unusual that a discharge of condition would come to committee. When I read the number of objections, and the objections did seem to refer to the application of the decision that was taken in 2018, and I recall it well, and which has been subject to a High Court challenge, which all would we've just heard there now from the planning consultant. But the reason for this application coming to committee is that it was referred by the head of planning, and I can understand the rationale. That it is a very sensitive area. It is, and it's only right that the committee discuss any areas that are sensitive, and that and if there are a spotlight put on it, or if there are concerns consistently raised around potential environmental damage, all of that I can understand the rationale. But on the other side, I can understand why some members may be a wee bit confused, because it's unusual that a discharge of condition will come to committee for decision. But specifically on what we've heard, and I think the agent has cleared quite a lot up, but specifically in terms of a question, I wouldn't mind an explanation or advice from our legal team in relation to the judgment that was made, that was referred to by Mr. Blackwood, and the implications that judgment may or may not have on the decision of this committee. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Jackson. I mean, I don't know if you want people to, do you want to take that now, or do you want to consult with your planners, or consult yourself, Philip?
I'm happy to, obviously, this isn't the correct forum in terms of this application to go into a detailed analysis of the present judgment, but certainly I can assure members that this application is brought before members in full consideration of all the appropriate legal principles that apply at the present time.
Okay, short and sweet. All right, you have it. Yep. Okay. Any other questions for the officers, members? Councillor Keller.
Thank you. I just take on board what Philip says, but just go back to Councillor Jackson saying, you know, this is unusual. This is a very sensitive area, but just what would give me some concern and the confusion, if you want to call it that, and I think there's been other councillors who've raised issues previously or whatever, like, but what would give me a concern is it's before us for decision, and as the old saying goes, if the proverbial hits the fan somewhere down the road, you know, it will be councillors that have made the decision, you know, on the back of a lot of legal confusion in this process of how it's come to be before us, and maybe possibly not come through the whole process back in 2018. You know, and when we're, and when I say that is around whatever legal judgments or around whistleblowing after the fact, you know, and the sense is we do want just the planning process to be open and transparent, you know. Thank you.
No, thanks. Yeah, okay. So, City Smith,
Just on this point, hopefully to make sure that there's absolutely no confusion in relation to this. We are only here to consider the application which is referenced in the committee, which is the discharge of the condition. We are not here today to consider anything in relation to the previous matters that were mentioned.
Hey, Bill, go ahead, but just
Thank
be
you. And
easy with it.
I appreciate what Philip says, but our decision today does have wide-ranging ramifications. That's the sort of the point being.
Well, that's a view. Well, that's your view. I don't know. Maybe others don't share the view, but we'll find out. Okay, Councillor Mooney.
Just for one point of reference, I wasn't on the committee in 2018, but there was reference made to High Court proceedings, and obviously, was council a party to those, or was it, yeah? Just by way of background, what were the challenges or net issues in the challenge? If you can remember,
They were numerous. There was a large number of issues that were raised, both in terms of originally in terms of the pre-action protocol letter and then subsequently in the Order 53 statement. Those were subsequently narrowed down by the court as to a number that it was prepared to take forward, and simplification, for want of a better expression, bringing matters together. There is an extensive judgment in relation to the matter of Mr. Justice McCluskey.
Can I just ask, what was the disposal at the end, Philip?
The challenge which was brought in relation to the matter was dismissed in its entirety.
On all matters?
On all grounds.
Thank you. Was there any appeal from that?
There was no appeal lodged.
All right. Happy enough. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to stop using happy enough because sometimes people aren't as happy as I think they are. Okay, members. Any other questions at this point? No. Right. No. Okay, well, there's a recommendation there in front of these folks, the recommendation to grant consent. Anybody, any further thoughts on that? That's for you. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. And I suppose just picking up on the point, a phrase that Councillor Gallagher used around that our decision may have widespread ramifications. And I think all the advice that we've received today, contained within the report from all the experts, are saying that the mitigations are in place, and that our decision, that this recommendation won't have widespread ramifications, and that the relevant measures and protections are in place. So on that basis, I'm content to propose that we accept the officer's recommendation. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. So proposal from Councillor Jackson to grant consent as outlined in the report. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Fleming seconding that proposal. So members, I'm going to put that to the floor, and I'm going to ask Maura, if you can, Maura, to take us through the vote on that.
Thank you, Chair. Members, this is item 6, and it's proposal to accept officer's recommendation to approve. Alderman Alan Breslin. Okay. Alderman Derek Hussey.
Not in a position, haven't received enough information, abstain.
Alderman Keith Kerrigan. Okay. Councillor Jason Barr. Councillor John Boyle. Councillor Sean Fleming.
4.
Councillor Paul Gallagher.
Abstain.
Councillor Conor Heaney.
Abstain.
Councillor Christopher Jackson.
4.
Okay. Councillor Fergal Leonard. Okay. Councillor Catherine McDade. Okay. Councillor Rory McHugh.
4.
Councillor Sean Mooney. And Councillor Patrick Murphy.
4.
Okay. It's unanimous. Yeah, 3 abstentions, the rest are no.
Okay, 3 abstentions, and I think you said 11 for, so that proposal's carried. Okay, members, before we take a break, and we are going to take a break now, we usually do around about 4 o'clock point every 2 hours or so, but can I just advise that break will probably be about 10 minutes long, but there was a substantial piece of late information that came your way, so perhaps during your break you might wish to consider reading it because it's in reference to the next application that we'll be looking at, which is the recommendation for refusal at Bradley Way in Strabane. Had you printed that out, that's what it would look like. So if you didn't get a chance this morning to get it read in full or whatever, take your 10 minutes now, and we'll see where we are at that. If anybody wishes more time, then we'll take more time. But let's have a break now for 10 minutes. Just while we're passing those out, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is item 7 on the agenda, which is LA 11 2022 1022/O, and the recommendation there, I'm sure you can see, for refusal. We all have a few speakers. We had the late items. Can I just ask everybody content that they've now had an opportunity to look through those late items? Yeah, okay. And so then we shall move to the presentation of the report. And Sarah, you're going to take us through that. So whenever you're ready.
Item 7 is LA 11 2022 1022/O. This is a site for social housing development, associated works and landscaping with access onto Bradley Way. The site is on land south of the junction of Bradley Way and Strabane Bypass and north of numbers 46 to 51 Carrick Strand, and the recommendation is to refuse. So this is a site location plan and aerial photograph of the site. The site is currently a grassed field located in the settlement limit of Strabane. It is undeveloped and is approximately 1.3 hectares in size. The level of the site is approximately 2 metres lower than the level of Bradley Way. Site boundaries are defined by hedgerow and trees. An existing dwelling abuts the southeastern boundary, and an existing housing development known as Carrick Strand adjoins the southern boundary. The A5 Strabane bypass is located to the western boundary of the site, and Bradley Way is to the east. A drainage channel also runs along the southern boundary of the site, which provides a hydrological connection to the designated site of River Foyle and tributaries, SAC, ASI, and as River Mourne is located within 300 metres of the application site, as what can be seen in the photograph. The site is located in the defended floodplain. So this is a photograph of the application site and existing agricultural access into the site from Bradley Way. The site is approximately 2 metres lower than the existing road and footway level. This is a photograph of the southern boundary adjacent to an existing 2-storey dwelling and the existing dwellings in Carrick Strand, and the rear boundary of the existing dwelling is open towards the application site and is only defined by a post and wire fence. These are photographs of the existing dwellings at Carrick Strand immediately adjacent to the southern boundary of the site. And this is another photograph of the western boundary, which adjoins the existing pedestrian and cycleway beyond the hedgerow, located adjacent to Strabane Bypass, and the Strabane Bypass is at a higher level than the existing site. So there's a number of consultee issues. DFI Rivers have advised the site is located in the defended floodplain. Only if the application is deemed to meet the exceptions test criteria of FLD1 will DFI Rivers appraise the flood risk assessment. Officers would advise members that this application does not meet the exceptions test of policy FLD1 of PPS 15, and therefore we recommend refusal of the application. The principle of developing this site for housing in the floodplain is not acceptable and is contrary to policy. The Housing Executive have advised that the site is located in an area of housing need, and the 5-year projected figure for Strabane Town is 178 units between 2021 and 2026. Northern Ireland Housing Executive do advise that 10% of the properties, if permission were to be granted, should be designed to wheelchair standard. As the site is in the floodplain, there is a presumption against certain types of development, including bespoke development for vulnerable groups. This application is for social housing and therefore could be occupied by vulnerable groups, i.e. those with a disability or health conditions, and therefore would be put at risk if the site did flood. Environmental Health, in a consultation response on the 25th of May 2023, advised that noise assessments and an air quality assessment are required. Officers did not request these reports to be submitted, as the principle of developing the site in the floodplain is not acceptable. Natural Environment Division required a preliminary ecological appraisal and CEMP, a Construction Environmental Management Plan. The PEA has now been submitted as a late item from the agent in an email of the 5th of June. If members were minded to approve the application, further consultation with Natural Environment Division would be required. Whilst an outline Construction Environmental Management Plan was submitted in the processing of the application, Natural Environment Division were not satisfied with the information contained within it. No updated CEMP has been submitted from the agent. Shared Environmental Services were unable to complete the Habitats Regulation Assessment as insufficient information has been submitted in the application. The OCEMP submitted in February 23 was not satisfactory to Natural Environment Division, and therefore SAS were not reconsulted, as further information to assess the Habitats Regulation assessment has still not been submitted from the agent. Northern Ireland Water advised initially that there's potential capacity issues in the public foul sewer with significant detrimental effect to the environment and on existing properties. The agent had advised in January 23 that a wastewater impact assessment was submitted to NI Water. Officers sought an updated position from NI Water, and in a response on the 1st of June, Northern Ireland Water advised that the wastewater impact assessment has not yet been completed to a satisfactory standard to overcome the capacity constraints within the associated foul sewer network catchment. A wastewater impact assessment is not deemed complete until a solution has been agreed upon and deemed deliverable by both NI Water and the developer. The agent submitted as a late item on the 5th of June correspondence and a map advising that the result of the wastewater impact assessment requires the developer to enhance the existing drainage system of the adjacent development and provide a dedicated storm sewer discharging directly to Mourne River. Officers have, however, liaised with NI Water by email, and in a response on the 6th of June, NI Water advised that no solution has yet been agreed, and the position remains that until there is a solution, NI Water are unable to support the application with a positive response or agree to a conditioned response. Therefore, based on NI Water's response on the 6th of June, officers are therefore now advising members that there should be an additional reason for refusal added to the application. So there, in terms of the other consultees, NIE, Locks Agency, Water Management Unit and Regulation Unit had no objections. So in terms of representations on the application, one petition of objection with 9 signatures from residents of Carrickstrand was received and raised issues regarding infilling in the floodplain storage, contrary to PPS 15 and does not meet the exceptions test. Other sources of flood risk were not assessed in the submitted flood risk assessment and drainage assessment. Flood risk from breaching the flood defence, flood risk from displacement of flood waters, flood risk to Carrickstrand from stormwater pumping, and a detailed consideration of the objections raised as set out in officers' report. Officers would also advise that members should be aware that there is history of 2 appeals on this application site for housing development and infilling, in which both applications were dismissed at appeal and permission was refused on flooding issues, as the applications did not meet the exceptions test to PPS 15. So this map is just a historical DFI Rivers flood map showing the historical flooding events. And this is a map showing the current present day flood map. Now the site is now within an area protected by a DFI Rivers flood defence wall along Mourne River, which is shown as the red hatched area in the map. The blue shading area is areas that are subject to present day flooding, which are not defended by the flood defence wall. So in terms of the policy assessment, one of the key issues is flooding. The Strabane Area Plan advises that the site is in the development limits on unzoned land and on the defended floodplain. The plan, however, advises that development proposals in these areas will be considered on their locational merits in accordance with planning policy, and states that some whiteland, though well located, has limited development potential because of flooding. The strategic planning policy statement advises the totality of the application site is in the defended floodplain of Mourne River. The SPPS advises that built development must not be permitted within floodplains of rivers unless in exceptional circumstances. This proposal does not meet the exceptions test to allow development in the floodplain. The proposal is not of overriding regional or sub-regional economic importance. The proposal does not fall within a minor category of development. The site is not previously developed land. It is an agricultural greenfield. There is also a presumption against certain types of development, including bespoke development for vulnerable groups. This application is for social housing and therefore could be occupied by vulnerable groups, i.e. those with a disability or health conditions, and therefore they would be put at further risk if the site were to flood. Additionally, land raising. In terms of land raising and elevating the site to an acceptable level above the floodplain in order to facilitate development will not be accepted in the fluvial floodplain, where displacement of water would be likely to cause flooding elsewhere. This development would require infilling and land raising of the site by approximately 4 metres to bring the site to a level acceptable for building on out of the floodplain, which could potentially displace floodwater to elsewhere. So the proposal is therefore contrary to the SPPS. And considering PPS 15, the site is in the defended floodplain and therefore policy FLD1 applies. The 1 in 100 year fluvial floodplain level is 6.66 metres OD and the climate change level is 7.01 metres OD. Policy FLD1 advises there is presumption against development in the 1 in 100 year fluvial floodplain unless the applicant can demonstrate that the proposal constitutes an exception to policy. FLD1 will not permit development unless it falls within one of 7 exceptions, which are listed as A to G in the policy FLD1, or it is demonstrated that the proposal is of overriding regional importance. The agent considers that the site meets exceptions test criteria A, that is, development of previously developed land protected by flood defences. Whilst the flood defences have been confirmed by DARD to be structurally adequate and provide a minimum standard of protection, this application site does not meet the definition of previously developed brownfield land. There is no evidence it was ever occupied by a structure. It is a vacant, undeveloped greenfield. The agent's case put forward as to why they consider the site to be previously developed in that the site has been infilled over time and remodelled with removal of a watercourse flowing through the centre of the site in the 1800s, and the more recent construction of Strabane bypass adjacent to the site is not accepted by officers to meet the exceptions test to FLD1 of previously developed land. In terms of flood storage, this is also an issue raised by objectors. Paragraph 6.16 of PPS 15 states that as well as exposing more people and property to residual flood risk, this form of development could remove valuable flood storage should defences overtop or breach. There is a flood risk regardless of the fact that the flood defence currently provides the minimum standard of protection. The possibility of flood greater than 1 in 100 year fluvial flood event occurring and overtopping the defences will always remain, and another risk always arises from potential for structural collapse and breaching of the defences, which could result in a sudden rapid inundation of flood water. The loss of flood storage is also not acceptable under FLD1. And considering the vulnerable groups, FLD1 does restrict certain types of development for which consequences of a flood event could be serious, i.e. a direct threat to a vulnerable group. Social housing could accommodate housing for vulnerable groups. The Housing Executive response advised that 10% of the properties, if permission were to be granted, should be to wheelchair standard. People with mobility issues fall within vulnerable group category. Paragraph 6.12 of PPS 15 also advises that vulnerable groups would generally include the young, old and infirm. Flood warning and evacuation procedures would be difficult to implement for people with disabilities or those whose mobility is otherwise impaired, and therefore risks of injury or fatality are somewhat greater. Because of residual flood risk, policy operates a presumption against permission being granted for development associated with vulnerable groups. So in terms of the flooding summary of FLD1, this proposal does not meet the exceptions test to FLD1 criteria A, as the site is not previously developed land. There is a potential risk of flooding to the site should the flood defence overtop or breach. Development of social housing could expose vulnerable groups to flood risk, which is not acceptable under policy. PPS 15 does not permit the provisions of the area plan to be ignored. The Strabane area plan advises that such land would have limited development potential because of problems such as flooding, so the proposal is contrary to the SPPS and PPS 15 FLD1, and the principle of developing the site is therefore not acceptable. Officers did advise the agent by email on the 14th of April 2023 that the application did not meet the exceptions test under FLD1, and the agent in response expressed that the application progressed to the next planning committee meeting for a decision. Officers consider that in principle this application is contrary to policy. In assessing the information submitted with the application, officers have also considered that it has not been demonstrated that the proposal meets a number of other policy considerations, which I'll just summarise now. So in terms of PPS 15 FLD3, further information is required to demonstrate viability of the proposals. Schedule 6 consent accepting discharge at a rate of 14 litres per second is required. A drainage layout is required showing space for attenuation. and an assessment is required of the culverted watercourse on the southern boundary in terms of hydraulic capacity, structural condition and infrastructure failure as a potential source of flooding. This was not requested as the principle of developing the site for housing in the floodplain is not accepted. In the absence of the information, however, the proposal is therefore contrary to FLD3 as sufficient information has not been submitted to demonstrate that the site is not at risk from surface water flooding. So this is just to show you the concept layout that the agent submitted and requires assessment under PPS 7. And this is the agent's image of the development proposal as included within the concept statement. The site is below the level of the floodplain and climate change level, and therefore extensive infilling of the site would be required to bring it up to an acceptable level to build on of 7.61 metres OD, which is required. Based on the contour map submitted and the access plan submitted, officers do estimate that taking into account flood and climate change levels, that 4 metre depth of infilling will be required across the site. This will mean that the site will be brought up to a level approximately 2.5 metres above Bradley Way Road, and it would sit at approximately the same height as Strabane Bypass pedestrian cycleway at the western boundary, which currently sits at a level of 8 metres OD. The extent of infilling is not appropriate to the character and topography of the site and area. The potential raising of levels to an acceptable height above the floodplain is likely to have a detrimental impact on the existing dwellings at Carrick Strand and the existing detached dwelling at Bradley Way on the southern boundary. The height of the site would be sitting higher than the road level of Bradley Way. The extent of the infilling would also impact the vitality and viability of existing vegetation on the application site boundaries. The density of 25 to 30 units on this site would be significantly higher than that of Carrick Strand and would appear out of character in an age of urban settlement location. If 25 to 30 units were permitted on the site, open space would also be required, which has not been indicated on the concept plan submitted. The concept layout, taking into account the required levels and filling, would mean that there's a potential that this development could impact on amenity of existing residents on the southern boundary of Carrick Strand and the existing individual dwelling in terms of overlooking, dominance, loss of light. So the proposal is therefore contrary to PPS 7 QD1 criteria A, B, C and H. Under PPS 2 natural heritage, there is a hydrological connection to River Foyle, ASSA and SAC via a drainage channel on the southwestern boundary via Mourne River. There is a concern about the release of pollutants and sediments entering the drainage channel through surface water runoff, which could impact on designated sites. Whilst an OCEMP was submitted, this did not contain sufficient information, and SAS therefore is unable to complete the habitats regulation assessment for the application. In considering impact on bats, a preliminary ecological appraisal was required to provide direction on whether further detailed surveys would be required to be carried out. This has now been submitted as a late item from the agent by email on the 5th of June. Whilst NEA would require further consultation, which may address reason for refusal number 6, the principle of developing the site in the floodplain is not acceptable under policy. If members were minded to approve the application, then further consultation with Natural Environment Division would be required. Under PPS 3, the access requires 4.5 by 120 metres visibility displays. The revised access plan was received from the agent by email on the 23rd of May. Whilst a formal consultation response is awaited from DFI Roads, they have advised officers that a safe access to the site can be achieved with slight amendments required to how the display has been drawn on the plan that has been submitted. Again, if members were minded to approve the application, a further revised plan would be required. A further amendment would also be required to the site location plan's red line boundary. It should also be noted that to provide the access, significant trees along the boundary with Bradley Way would require removal to accommodate displays to the site. The proposed levels as shown in the access plan are not realistic of the levels required to consider floodplain and climate change level, and the access road would require further infilling from that which is annotated on the plan submitted to achieve a roadway out of the floodplain. So just wanted to cover the late items. 2 late items were received. One is a letter of support from MLA, Mr. Daniel McCrossan, and the other is a letter from the agent dated the 1st of June, and this included submission of the ecological assessment, an NI water storm upgrade map, and a copy of correspondence sent to officers dated on the 13th of January 2023, But there are a number of points raised within the agent's submission that I wanted to just clarify for members. So members should be advised that the agent was made aware of officers' opinion that the principle of developing the site in the floodplain was not acceptable, and the agent advised on the 14th of April for officers to progress the application to committee and would in the interim period address the consultee issues. The only new consultee issue received recently was from Environmental Health requiring a noise assessment and air quality impact assessment. This response was received on the 25th of May and was available to view on the portal. Officers would not have formally requested these matters to be addressed as the principle of developing the site in the floodplain is not acceptable. All other consultation responses were available on the portal from the consultees. The objection was not available on the portal. However, a fix was applied by ICF. It was an issue from the new migration that the objection did not show. The objection did raise flooding issues, but again, the agent was made aware of officers' concerns regarding the flooding issues at the site. Also attached to the late item is a copy of a previous letter that the agent stated was submitted to officers on the 13th of January. This is not the exact letter submitted to officers in January 23. It is a revised amendment of the letter that was received by council officers and contains new and changed information in the letter. Officers have, however, considered this new letter. It contains an additional aerial photograph showing built development in the context of River Mourne. It contains an additional figure number 7, showing the historical river through the site with additional text relating to Mourne Vehicle Bridge and the old railway bridge and information relating to the width of the river. It also includes new information on boreholes and previous infilling of the site in the location of the watercourse and photographs of test pits. This is new information from the agent to support his view that the site meets the exceptions test has been infilled. Officers have, however, set out in a report to members why infilling is not an exception to policy and the site does not meet the exceptions test criteria A in that it is not previously developed brownfield land. This information does not change officers' opinion or recommendation of the application. I would also point out that officers would disagree with the information provided in that letter regarding levels as stipulated from the agent, particularly relating to levels of the road and gardens being graded down to the natural contour. PPS 15 requires that all development, which includes roads, driveways and gardens, should be located out of the floodplain and not just the finished floor levels of dwellings. And therefore, officers are still of the opinion that infilling of the entire site to above the floodplain and climate change level to 7.61 metres OD would be required. The information relating to the previous histories, which the agent considers as a precedent, have also already been previously considered in officers' report to members. And the site that's referenced as Moore Manor benefited from a commenced previous planning history on that site. And just to advise members that the commenced committed development on that site was a 2004 planning approval, which predated the revised PPS 15, which was published in September 2014. The preliminary ecological appraisal now submitted as a late item potentially could address reason for refusal number 6. But again, as advised, the principle of developing the site in the floodplain is not accepted. The information submitted in the late item with regards to NI Water map submitted, officers sought clarification from NI Water if it changed their view. In email confirmation on the 6th of June, NI Water advised that no solution had yet been agreed. NI Water's position remains that until a solution is agreed, they are unable to support the application with a positive response or agree to a conditioned response. So just to conclude, the principle of developing the site in the floodplain is not acceptable and does not meet the exceptions test under FLD 1 of PPS 15. The site is not previously developed land. There is potential risk to occupiers of the development, particularly bespoke vulnerable groups, which is not permitted under policy FLD 1. Building on the site has the potential to remove valuable flood storage should the existing flood defence overtop or breach. Approximately 4 metres of infilling is estimated to be required across the extent of the site. This could be detrimental to existing vegetation on the site boundaries and could potentially impact on existing residential amenity if the proposed dwellings were to be sitting at a higher level than the existing properties and if the existing screening did not survive because of the extent of the infilling. The infilling would be out of context with the local area and character. The density of the development could be detrimental to the local context and the proposals contrary to PPS 7. Insufficient information has been submitted to assess the flood risks from surface water flooding under FLD 3. There's insufficient information to enable the HRA to be completed. The preliminary ecological appraisal received as a late item on the 5th of June still would not address all matters. The previously submitted OCEMP had insufficient information contained within it. There's potential the proposal could impact on designated sites and BATs, and whilst NEA would require reconsultation on the PEA, this would not remove the other reasons for refusal or the fact that the development in the floodplain is not permitted for the application for social housing. Insufficient information has been submitted to address air quality and noise, and the NI Water recent response of the 6th of June advises that the wastewater impact assessment is not complete until the solution has been agreed on and deemed deliverable by NI Water and the developer, and therefore they now recommend refusal of the application as capacity issues in the file network. Officers have now added this as an additional reason for refusal for members to consider to those that are listed in the report. So there are 11 reasons for refusal listed on the report, and they're on the screen as well. Sorry, the writing's a bit small, but just to add, we've now added an additional reason for refusal, which states that it has not been demonstrated that there is a foul sewage network engineering solution to mitigate foul sewer capacity issues to the satisfaction of NI Water and the council. So therefore, officers recommend refusal.
Thank you, Sarah, and thanks for what was a very, very comprehensive report. Not that they all aren't, of course, but that dealt with quite a lot of the issues that may be pertinent to this. Members, we do have joining us online the agent on behalf of the applicant, and that's Lee Kennedy. Lee, I'm just checking to see that you can hear us okay.
Yes, Chair.
Good stuff, Lee. You're very welcome again. Thanks for coming along. I understand also along with you, we have Michael O'Sullivan, who's an engineer in this field. Is that right? Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Lee, you're probably going to have to speak up a wee bit. Your volume sounds a little bit low.
No problem.
You know the drill by now, Lee. You've got 5 minutes to initially address the committee, and then we'll take any questions that they might have for you or Michael. So whenever you're ready, Lee, go for it.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. I'm here today with Mr. Micheál O'Sullivan of OSM Environmental, the flood engineer on this project. I give the presentation and Micheál is available at the end to answer any questions. That was a very complicated and detailed presentation for the case officer, but it's important to acknowledge from the outset this is an outline application for the principle of development only. And note there are 11 refusal reasons. 4 of these reasons are in relation to the density of development, noise, air and natural heritage. Regarding the density of development, this can be addressed at reserved matters. Noise and air has been actioned by the applicant, and a full ecological assessment has now been submitted to council. In relation to the additional refusal reason, we are in discussions with NI Water to resolve that. They have been ongoing since December. The other 7 refusal reasons relate to flooding and the infilling on the site to accommodate this development. It's important to stress at this stage, this site is located within the defended floodplain of Strabane Town Centre. Rivers Agency is the statutory authority confirmed by letter dated 1st of December 2022 that the site is located within a defended flood area and that the existing flood defences provide the minimum level of protection for Strabane Town Centre and, importantly, the application site. In addition to that, I would also like to add that the site is located 190 metres from the River Moyne, adjacent and embanked by the Strabane bypass. This provides additional informal flood defences for the site. Planning Policy Statement 15 deals with planning and flood risk. Of particular relevance is Policy FALD1, as it allows development within flood defended areas where it meets the exception test. One of these exceptions is previously developed land. We contend this site meets the definition of previously developed land as set out in Annex C of PPF 7 Addendum, as being land significantly infilled, realigned and remodelled over time with the construction of the Strabane bypass and the redirecting of a watercourse which ran through the centre of the application site. Infilling and redirecting this watercourse in alone is a significant development. We estimate, taking a conservative approach, the watercourse would take a minimum of 1.5 metres to fill, bringing ground levels up to their current level. This would equate to 6,000 cubic metres of infill material being deposited at the application site and would have taken approximately 760 lorries, resulting in significant development of the site. Therefore, we feel it meets the exception test of policy FLD1. Planners raised concerns with the proposed infill on the site, and they give the impression it will result in 4 metres of infill across the entire site. This is not correct. Our goal is to have all finished floor levels outside of the Q100 defended level, and this will result in driveways, roads and gardens being graded down to the natural contours, especially onto the site boundaries. But again, I reiterate, these are technical matters that can be redressed at a reserved matter stage. Also, I cannot contend how council have taken such a negative view towards this development when in 2018 they approved a similar housing development directly adjacent to Mourne River for 22 houses. This is now known as Mourne Manor next to the Little site. Mourne Manor has been built within the defended floodplain with finished floor levels of 5.3 metres. This is 1.3 metres below the defended floodplain level of 6.6 at that location. We have indicated a finished floor level of 7.61 for our site. The engineer confirms this is the bulletproof figure, ideally bringing all the finished floor levels out of the defended Q100 floodplain. In defended flood areas, finished floor levels can be lower than the Q100 flood level. This is evident in Mourne Manor, where council approved the finished floor levels of 5.3 metres. Reference has also been made to surface water flooding being intensified in the area by this development. We disagree and will confirm the development of this site will enhance the existing drainage system in the area, and NI Water have requested that we provide a storm discharge directly to the river. This will pick up existing housing at Carrick Strand, releasing capacity in the existing drainage systems. And to conclude, Chair, I would add, 1, this site has a low risk of flooding. 2, it's not bespoke accommodation for vulnerable groups. 3, it's only undeveloped site on this side of the road. 4, provides no other function but for housing. 5, it's supported by both Apex Housing Association and the Northern Ireland Housing Executive. And 6, it's deemed acceptable for social housing to meet the need for Strabane. Thank you very much. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Lee. All right, members, you've heard what Mr. Kennedy has had to say in relation to this. So if you've got any further questions, now's your chance to address them with Lee. Anybody? At all? Okay, Lee. Nobody in this room indicating they want to ask you a question. So stick with us. And oh, sorry, Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Gallagher wants to ask you a question. Lee, go ahead, Paul.
Thank you. Lee, just a question. Do you think, would there be any risk that would come from flooding from the River Finn onto the site?
Go ahead, Lee.
Councillor and Chair, I have Micheál on the line. Maybe it's better if he addresses that point. He is the flood expert.
Well, that's handy that he's with you then, so I can open it up to Michael O'Sullivan. Michael, if you have any way of answering that question.
Councillor, thanks very much for the question. To start with, what we have done is we have looked at this site, and Rivers Agency recognised the flood defence here as providing a minimum level of protection, and that is for a Q100 flood event and includes climate change up until 2080. So what we have done here is we have recommended that the finished floor levels arose 600 mil above this level again. So we don't anticipate there being any risk to the residents of this development.
You, Michael. Anybody else? Any other questions? Mr. Jackson?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Micheál. Just in relation to I think the officer's report alluded to floodwater storage and that that the FLD policies protect or presume against the development or the removal of water storage areas. And I know in terms of your involvement in this application and assisting the applicant, is there any, has there been any discussion or is there any thoughts around the replacement or through a SUD scheme to replace the loss of flood water storage? And a further question in relation to the neighbouring development, the raising of the floor levels, or I think I heard right that it's raising the levels by 4 meters. Is there any protection against neighbouring properties to offset in your professional opinion, would there be any increased risk of flood by the raising of the levels at this application site? Thanks, Chair. Yep.
Michael, that's for yourself.
In terms of floodwater storage, what has happened over the last 30 years with the development of these flood walls around this general area is that entire area of flood storage has already been removed. So if you look at PPS 15, every single reference to the infilling of floodplain is in relation to undefended areas. Where the area is already defended, the floodwaters are being kept out, and in a sense, the storage is already being removed. So in a scenario, you would have to be going into an extreme scenario to try to bend this to, in the sense that there would be flood storage there. In terms of risks to the residents, what's happened in this particular site is with the embankments all around the site, at no point in all this peripheral development has a discharge been made from the site, as would be normal, to allow the site to drain. So at the minute, what we have is a site that doesn't drain freely. And as a part of the proposed developments, what we're looking at is actually connecting this site to the watercourse adjacent to the site to actually allow water to freely leave the site, something which isn't happening at the minute and would contribute to improvement of the surface water flow in the general area. So there's no additional risk to either the occupants of the site or the people adjacent to the site.
Thank you. Alderman Hussey.
Chair, what I'd like to add to as well is that the heading of PPS 15 is planning and flood risk. The flood risk report, which was submitted in association with this planning application, deems that this site is of a low risk to flooding. And the flood level that we have provided, as the engineer has actually pointed out, is a bulletproof figure of 7.61. But within our site, that can be lowered, where it has already been seen in Moore Manor. The finished floor level of the houses there is down at 5.3 metres, and it's closer and adjacent to the River Bourne. Our site is located 190 metres back from it. It will also de facto defended by the construction of the Strabane bypass, which provides additional flood storage or flood protection measures. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Lee. Alderman Hussey has a question for you.
Thanks for your presentation of facts there. And I suppose it relates to your last comments there. It's the height. You do accept that there will be, if permission was granted, a raising of the overall site with infill. Is that still at 4.1, or is it more or less?
Councillor, that figure is our ideal figure to bring the houses out, but actually within defended floodplain areas, that can be lower. I think the defended floodplain level is 7.765 metres, and Micheál can correct me if I'm wrong. That's the walls it's actually built along the Moore River, along the riverbank. And I think that our level is 6.6, the flood level. But yes, you are correct, our site will be brought up And the higher the site is up, it's the better the protection.
Thank you, Chair. Supplementary to that then, have you any comment on the impact, the obvious impact that would have on the houses at Carrickstrand? If I look at the photographs there, that sort of infill on your proposed site is bound to impact on the visual amenity of those houses on the southern boundary of your site.
Hadley.
Yes, Councillor, what we will propose at that is that we will have back-to-back housing. Our housing site will back on to the existing dwellings at Carrickstrand. What we will have is that we will ideally have a finished floor level of 7.61 metres, and we'd have the backyards grading down towards the existing site boundaries. Now, the existing finished floor level of one of the houses at Carrickstrand is 8.04. and the other one beside it is 7.5B. So I would propose that we would be generally in line in terms of height of them houses, but we will have a separation distance, likely around about 20 metres, which is set out within the planning policies for back-to-back housing. So that will be the separation distance between them, with the land graded down towards the natural boundary, where you have a fence, privacy fence too as well.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Kelleher.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm sort of go back to the question I raised earlier around, because it has been raised around the protected wall. It's one side of it, but and there's an image here, of the site looking north, and you see it's a coloured photograph of flood 2015. It's on page 186 in our report. And that's dated 6th of 12th, 2015. And the question I asked earlier was, there's no protection from floods from the fan. And that's where that looks like that is coming from. If you look up the page, that looks to me like the River Fan. And that looks like where that flood damage is coming from, that we see in this photo. And that's like the width of a road from this site, that's unprotected. And my question is, that's unprotected, the whole face of it, does it have the potential of just throwing the water straight into our existing properties in Carrickstrand?
It might have been an observation from Councillor Gallagher, Lee. I don't know if you can see the image that he's actually referring to. We can.
Yes,
Can you get any answer to that particular observation?
I'm aware of the image, and I think it was actually us who provided it within the flood risk assessment. So I think it's better if Micheál actually addresses that point, because I think what we says that was actually surface water flooding, but Micheál can address that in more detail.
Thank you. Yes, so I believe I have the photo here in my flood risk assessment, which was lifted by the council planning team and then put into their report. This is a photograph that we have found as a part of our due diligence and research into this site. What this site, the way the angle that their picture's taken, it would look to the layman that there is connected to the water course to the rear of the site. But in reality, that their road forms a part of Rivers Agency's recognised flood defence system. And there's no link between our site and that river. So there's no possibility. There is a culvert water course going through there, but it's culvert the entire length of the site. So there's no possibility following. I personally have done a site inspection. There's no link for that. So I suspect what's happening there is, and I sort of alluded to this earlier on, there is no connection between our site and that water course. So what you have is you have that road, the bypass, which is significantly embanked in comparison to the site. So any water that falls within the site over a heavy month of rainfall has no way to drain, currently has no way to drain from that site to the local hydrological system. So that water there, in our opinion, is from surface water flooding originating from rainfall and is not connected to that flood event, although if you imagine a flood event causing the river, most likely was caused by high rainfall, and then the same high rainfall has affected our site. So as a part of our proposals, what we're talking about doing is re-establishing that connection so that we can actually freely drain the site, whether that's gravity fed or pumped, the pump being the backup and the gravity drainage system being the standard, is to ensure that initially that this doesn't happen to our site, nor does it impact local residents. And it's something that we have considered. And as I say, it was ourselves who identified this source of flooding and this here risk. Thank you.
Micheál, apologies, I was calling you Michael there, but that's what's written down in my notes. So, Micheál, thanks. Anybody else?
Chair, could I also
Yes,
could I also add, as a part of our proposals, NI Water has requested we provide a dedicated storm sewer from our site to the River Mourne as a discharge point. And in addition to that, what we have to do to obtain the wastewater impact solution report agreement is that we have to pick up the existing sewers coming out of Carrickstrand and take that directly to the river. So that will free up existing capacity within the existing storm and foul sewers for the existing housing development. Therefore, there will be a significant betterment in terms of drainage within that area once the site is developed.
All right, duly noted. Any other questions for these gentlemen, members? Okay, there are no further questions for you. So just sit tight, gentlemen. Any questions for the officer team, Sarah, or indeed anybody else sitting in front of us? Christopher Jackson, go ahead, Christopher Jackson.
Chair, and I'm reluctant to do this, and I'm going to apologise in advance. But I found the discussion really helpful. The report was very detailed, both when it was presented today and when it was issued in the papers last week. And I'm very familiar with the site. I'm just not as familiar with the flood protection measures that are in place. And I do feel that personally I would benefit from visiting the site and exploring the wider area. I'm conscious that we've went through detailed presentations, but to help assist me, I would feel it would be beneficial if we had a site visit.
Well, I know you're reluctant to do it. Do others in the committee feel that that would be of value and use to them as well? Yeah. You do as well, Commissioner Fleming. Yeah. There's a number of people here who I think probably could benefit from it, and if you are content, and then we could perhaps hold things at this juncture and consider a site visit. I think I might just benefit from it as well. There were certainly elements of the report, Sarah, that are, they do prompt very significant questions at this point. Bear with me a wee second. Just want to get a chat with the officers and see if that would be possible now. Okay, are you all content then if we defer it for now and we go and visit as a site meeting? Very conscious that obviously as a site meeting you would want as many of us there as can possibly be there as well. No point in having a site meeting if 2 people turn up. But look, we'll see how that pans out. If you're all content that we defer for now, this could come back in front of us again very, very quickly because that site meeting could be organised the next week or 2. Councillor Mooney.
Thank you, Chair. Just I'm happy and content with the rest of the members and the decision. I'd come there sort of view in my mind about the application, but obviously I won't say it. But definitely happy to go and have a look on and see, and whatever that'll bring forward. I'm happy with that only. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, well, look, gentlemen, thanks for coming along, but you can hear what our deliberation in relation to this now. We will stop it there. We won't be going to questions to the officers today, and we will organise a site visit. So I will then consult with the officer team again to see whether it would be appropriate or absolutely necessary for you to come back and present again, but we'll work that out. This is an unusual one, but I think in retrospect, Councillor Jackson's right. It's better to go and have a look, and everybody else here seems to agree with that. So apologies for the delay, but we will come back to this, and I'd be fairly hopeful we'll be looking at a decision on this next month. Lee, is that so? If that's all right with yourselves, we'll let you head on, and we'll move on to our next application.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors.
You're welcome, Lee. Thank you. We'll see you again soon. Thanks, Micheál. Okay, members. So the next one, number 8, obviously has been taken off the list for today. So it's number 9 on your packs, and it's LA 11 2022 0054/O. And a recommendation there to refuse. And Laura's going to walk us through this. And there actually are late items in relation to this one. Before we do that, that were emails and photos from Desmond O'Neill. Have you all seen those, or you're content to move on? If anybody indicates that they haven't seen it, then I can stop for a minute or two to let you have a look at it. So no, everybody's seen those photographs, so we'll move on. Laura, go for it.
Application LA11 2022 0054/O is an application for a site for a dwelling and garage located approximately 25 metres northeast of 27 Caernargan Road, Newton Shire, County Tyrone. The recommendation is to refuse. So this slide shows site location plan submitted and an aerial image of the application site. As you can see, the application site is a section of a larger agricultural field located on the southern side of the public road. The site's located between number 27 and a watercourse and Shinoney Bridge to the east. The site's located on the countryside as defined by the Strabane Area Plan, and it's also within the AONB. It's approximately 4.5 kilometres northeast of Newton Shire. The land within the application site slopes away from the dwelling in an easterly direction. The roadside boundary is defined by a timber ranch style fence, and there's a low wall adjacent to the top of the bridge. The eastern site boundary is defined by a post and wire fence, some bushes, small trees and a watercourse, and the western site boundary is defined by a stone wall, and the southern site boundary is undefined. So this shows just some images of the application site. So the bottom image here shows the dwelling at number 27 Caernargan Road, which is a bungalow with a large detached shed. Adjacent to the site then here on the top image, you can see another agricultural field. And beyond that, there's a farmyard with some sheds, a dwelling and all our outbuildings at number 29. So this slide sets out the policy context, including the Strabane Area Plan, the SPPS, PPS 21, PPS 2, PPS 3, PPS 6 and PPS 15. In terms of consultations, none of the consultees had any objections to the proposal and have provided advice and conditions should approval be granted. Just to point out that DFI Rivers have recommended a siting condition in relation to the dwelling, and these matters have been considered and discussed in detail in the planning report. There is one objection to the application as well, just in terms of potential overlooking the increase in traffic and the visual amenity of the area. Again, this has been discussed in the report. Officers consider that should approval be granted, there be no, it can be conditioned or dealt with at reserve matter stage in terms of any overlooking or amenity issues, but the site is sufficiently sized to accommodate a dwelling. There will be no significant impact in terms of traffic. It's just for one single dwelling. And just in terms of the visual amenity, we've considered the proposal under CTY 13 as well. Just firstly, in order to establish the principle of development on the site, the proposal is considered under CTY 8. So CTY 8 permits the development of a small gap site within a substantially built-up frontage, which is appreciable whenever travelling along a public road or in the locality. It's considered from visiting the site that a dwelling on the site would create a ribbon of 3 buildings along the section of the road. When considered amongst number 27, the large shed to the side of that. And then we would also consider that there isn't a substantial and continuously built up frontage because the site, whilst it's located near or beside number 27, there's the water course. There's another agricultural field before there are any other buildings, of which there's just a shed of number 29.
Yes, Morris.
There's just so you can see as well on that there's
I think Alderman Breslin has the mic on.
Alderman Breslin,
Aye.
Alderman Breslin, can you hear me? If you can I just advise that your microphone is on? We're hearing your telephone conversation. That's it sorted. Go ahead, Laura.
So just, yes, from that drawing there, you can see the application site, and there's a significant gap between it, between number 27 and the other shed there of approximately 120 metres. This is just another image of the site just to demonstrate the large gap, substantial gap, which incorporates 2 fields in the water course between any of the existing development on the area. Officers consider that the loss of this visual break would result in a material change in the appearance of the locality and would therefore harm the rural character. And the gap therefore cannot be considered to be a small gap site. It's 120 metres and is capable of accommodating more than 2 dwellings. Therefore, the proposal does not meet the exception for the development of a small gap site to set out in policy CTY 8 and will create a ribbon of development which is contrary to policy CTY 8 and CTY 14. Therefore, in principle, the proposal is not considered acceptable. Whilst we don't consider it acceptable in principle, it's considered under the remaining policies of PPS 21 and other planning policies. In terms of CTY 13, we consider that it would be visible when approaching along Carnarvon Road and Krakatoa Road, but a modest dwelling with a restricted ridge height wouldn't appear unduly prominent and could visually integrate into the surrounding countryside and the AONB. Just in terms of CTY 14, which considers rural character, it relates back to policy CTY 8, and therefore we consider that it would create a ribbon of development and as such a suburban style build-up of development, resulting in a material change in the appearance of the locality, harming the rural character. Therefore, the proposal is contrary to policy CTY 14. In terms of residential amenity, just as kind of summarised earlier, we don't consider that there would be an adverse impact on amenity to the existing dwelling if a dwelling was to be approved in the site. Any of those issues can be dealt with when detailed drawings would be submitted at reserve matter stage. Therefore complies with the SPPS. In terms of site access, DFI Roads had no objections. They proposed visibility displays, which can also be conditioned to be provided at reserve matter stage. In terms of PPS 15, which is flood risk, there is a water course along the eastern side boundary, and the site therefore lies in the periphery of that fluvial floodplain. DFI Rivers have requested that the dwellings located in the southeastern portion of the site. It's envisaged that the site is large enough to accommodate a dwelling in that section, so we could condition that if it was approved, and also that a maintenance strip is provided. In terms of PPS 6, the site is located nearby an archaeological site, but HED have been consulted and they have no objections. Natural heritage has also been considered due to the hydrological link to to the SACs. No works are proposed to the watercourse and a buffer can be provided. SES and NED didn't have any objections to the site and just had recommended mitigation, which can be conditioned should approval be granted. There was an ecological assessment and no otters or badgers or trees with suitable bat risk potential were identified. And just there, NED have provided provided informatives and advice in that respect. Therefore, we're content that it complies with PPS 2. Just to summarise, back to CTY 8, this section of the road does not have a substantial and continuously built up frontage, and the proposal is not a development of a small gap, so it does not meet the exception as set out in CTY 8. The proposed site doesn't meet any of the other cases which could be granted approval under policy CTY 1 of PPS 21. There's been no reasons, overriding reasons demonstrated to why this development is essential in this location, and the proposal would create a ribbon of development and a suburban style build-up of development, which is contrary to policy CTY 8 and CTY 14 of PPS 21, as well as policy NH6 of PPS 2, given that the site is located in the AONB. As such, refusal is recommended for the reasons set out in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Okay. We do have some speakers on this one. So can I welcome Brendan Johns, who is the agent who's joined us on WebEx here. So Brendan, hopefully you can hear us okay.
Yes, Chair, I can hear you okay.
Perfect, and we're hearing you loud and clear. So Brendan, you'll initially have 5 minutes to address the matters in front of us here, and then I'll open that up for questioning to the members if they should happen to have any questions for you. So whenever you're ready to go, Brendan, go for it.
Okay, Chair, thank you. The proposed site is located in the open countryside and lies within the Sperrin AONB. It's part of an open field with a frontage onto Carnegie Road. The field frontage is capable of accommodating 2 dwellings, both with frontage onto that public road. The proposed infill development does not have to replicate the existing developed plots, only that it respects the frontage in terms of size, scale, siting and plot size. The subject site lies adjoining number 27 to the southwest, with the remainder of the field adjoining a large shed, a dwelling at number 29 and outbuildings to the side and forward of the building line, all with a common frontage to the road. An existing dwelling and shed lies on the opposite side of the road. The proposed dwelling is for the applicant's daughter, who wishes to remain in the area rather than move away. She has a daughter, and the applicant, who lives in number 27, looks after the child while she is at work. And now, in terms of planning policy, section 5.0 of PPS 21 states that the planning authority must assess development proposals against all planning policies and material considerations that are relevant to it. So in considering this proposal, determining weight must be attached to all policy documents, particularly the Regional Development Strategy, the SPPS, Strabane Area Plan, as well as PPS 21. And Strabane Area Plan in 2001, whilst having expired some 22 years ago, is still the relevant development plan for the area. Section 123.2.1 clearly states that a less restrictive policy will be applied throughout the rural countryside, and applicants seeking planning permission for single dwellings will not have to demonstrate a need to live in the countryside. The SPPS policy document, introduced 5 years after PPS 21, states that planners must, and it's emphasised must, take into account all planning policy publications and have regard to the Regional Development Strategy, which clearly accepts that there are wide variations across Northern Ireland in terms of social and environmental circumstances. And the SPPS also states that development in the countryside must be to cluster, consolidate and group new development with existing established buildings where it can utilise existing services such as drainage, mains, water, etc. And it also states that policy approaches to new development should be sensitive to local needs and the ability of landscapes to absorb development. In terms of the reasons for refusal, the planners have recommended refusal based on policy CTY 8 and 14 of PPS 21, That is, that the proposal is not considered to be within a small gap site capable of accommodating 2 dwellings, and that if approved, a dwelling on the application site would represent ribbon development, and that a dwelling on the proposed site would result in a suburban build-up within the AONB. So in terms of CTY8, we would contend that this proposed site and the remainder of the field represent a small gap site capable of accommodating 2 dwellings, which lies between 3 or more existing buildings and has a common frontage to the public road. This portion of land is not capable of more than 2 dwellings, as the small watercourse bisects the field. In addition, as policy requires, the site does not have to replicate the others in terms of size, scale, siting and plot size, only that it respects those requirements. And in this particular area, there are a variety of site frontages. Because of the openness of the landscape in this locality, the gap site could not be considered as providing a significant visual break when travelling along this part of the public road from either direction. In terms of the AONB, it is recognised that within the Sperrins there are a variety of landscapes ranging from unspoilt upland areas to lower landscape character, areas of lower landscape character. As this area has numerous buildings within a small tight-knit community, it does not display a high level of scenic quality. It is contended, therefore, that the proposal as submitted will not have a detrimental impact on the visual quality of the AONB in this locality, and the Carnegie Road could not be described as a main tourist route displaying high-quality landscape. The proposed dwelling, if approved, would be of modest design and used of local materials, and would be sort of typical of what you would find in the countryside in the AONB. And in summary, the main aim of the planning department is to manage development in a manner that strikes a balance between protection of the environment while supporting and sustaining rural communities. Clearly, it is more appropriate in this case to cluster and consolidate new development with existing established buildings and a landscape that can absorb new development to meet local needs. In this case, the applicant would respectfully request the Planning Committee could approve this much needed dwelling. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Brendan. Brendan, we're going to take some questions for you now. So the first requested speaker is Alderman Kerrigan. Go ahead, Alderman.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Brendan, for your comments. I would have been minded to be something similar of your thinking there in regards to this application. I was going to ask the question in regards to, it is outline planning, as you have stated there, and you are minded that whenever this will come in, it will be a modest building that will suit the environment that it's there, because we don't want things kind of standing out. Yes, it's not an area that is, that road's not often used. It's the, and on the main road, but I know it loops around and brings you back out at BT stores there. So that's one question on it. And again, the rural remainder and the Savannah area plan again, in regard to one of the refusal reasons, I would agree with you in that one. CTY 14, the suburban style build-up of development, what would be your thought on it? As you continue along that road there, the Carnegie Road and onto Tunnadal Road, and then even out at Beatties, you have various clusters of houses and farms and buildings all close together. You do have a lot of bogland and rough ground in there where there's really no buildings, but you do have those clusters and some of that better land. And I'm just, you're minded that it would be of the nature of the area rather than a suburban style build up. So just those couple of points. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Go ahead there, Brendan.
Oh, right. Well, look, just taking the last point, as that was fresh in my memory. The whole idea of situating a house in this area is it is an existing cluster of development within the AONB and in the countryside, and we're better placed to locate it than within that. I mean, that also fulfills part of the policy as set out, as I mentioned earlier, in the SPPS, that these houses are better located within areas that are already partially built up. I'm just not quite sure what the first question was again.
I know what I did ask him, Chair. The building at whenever this is an outline planning application,
yes, Chair.
It will be a modest dwelling when you do come in with the full planning.
Oh, yes, Councillor, it would. I mean, we are mindful that it is the AONB and there are certain standards that you would expect for such areas. It would be a modest dwelling, okay, with the usual traditional materials and, black slate roof, perhaps a render finish, light colour, just to match in with the local scenery. That would be it.
Thank you, Brendan. Okay, another question now from Councillor Leonard.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your input there, Brendan. Can you tell me what buildings you're including in your substantial and continuously built up frontage?
Yes, Councillor. Well, in the policy it says that it must be in between 3 existing buildings. So we have number 27, which immediately adjoins it to the southwest. We're taking in the 2 sites as the infill policy allows for 2 dwellings. Then number 27 has a common frontage to the road. There is a shed immediately to the northeast. And then we have another dwelling which has 2 existing outbuildings, which also has a common frontage to the road. That's further to the northeast.
Okay, so that's 3 or more. Yeah, Alan mentioned there about advice and conditions set by the consultees. Do you foresee, if you're given approval today, do you see any issues with any adhering to any advice or any conditions?
No, we have no problem with those conditions, Chair or Councillor.
Thank you. That's for that, Brendan. That's all for me, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Leonard. Anybody else? Any other questions for Brendan? Okay, Brendan, that's everything that we have for you by the looks of it. So just sit tight there. We'll move over to any questions that you might have for the officers, Laura, or any other members of the team here. Anybody? You're kind of humming in hand. Are you coming in or not?
I have a proposal rather than a question.
Bear with us. I'll just do the questions first. Do that condition. Nobody? Go on. Okay. Back to yourself, Alderman Kerrigan.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll not prolong this. In regards to the 3 refusal reasons, I'd be minded CTY1 of PPS 21 is the ban area plan, as was quoted by Mr. Johns there. The rural remainder, as someone who did sit on the this committee would have often quoted, it's the 123.2.1. Less restrictive planning policy will be applied throughout this area, and applicants seeking planning permission for single dwellings will not have to demonstrate a need to live in the countryside. I do believe that would sort out refusal reason 1. In regards to CTY 8 and CTY 14 of PPS 21, and I'm minded that it is a gap site, that it does fall in within the remit. I know the interpretation, the officers came to a different one, but I would be minded it is a gap site. I do feel that there is a visual link along the Carnegie Road in that area. And in regards to CTY 14, the development result in a suburban style build-up, I would disagree. I think this is the usual form of clusters and buildings on the Carnegie Road, also out at the end of Carnegie Road onto Tulnadal Road, and Tulnadal Road out there at Beatty Stores at Cork. So it would be minded that it is the natural lie of the land, that there are clusters of farms and that. So I would disagree the suburban style build-up. So on those 3 reasons, Chair, I would be minded to propose that we overturn the officer's recommendation to refuse and we accept this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Kerrigan. Councillor Leonard.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to second that proposal. I think it's very important that we support our rural communities, and even if we're looking at this ban area plan there about area of outstanding natural beauty, it talks that a lot of the area is over 200 metres. There doesn't be much potential for building houses up that height. So if there's an opportunity here to be able to facilitate a family in a rural area, we should do that. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. Well, we've got a proposal from Alderman Kerrigan, seconded by Councillor Leonard, to overturn the recommendation. Members, in the event that that might happen, there will probably be a couple of conditions that'll have to be added to it. But let's roll the vote first, Maura, and see where we are.
Thank you, Chair. Members, this is item 9 and it's a proposal not to accept officer's recommendation to refuse. Alderman Alan Breslin. Alderman Breslin.
You hear from him and then you don't.
No.
No.
Alderman Derek Hussey.
For the proposal.
Sorry, must that, Derek?
Or
For.
Alderman Kerrigan's proposal.
Keith. Alderman Keith Kerrigan.
Or Mara.
Thank you. Councillor Jason Barr.
Or
Okay. Councillor John Boyle.
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Sean Fleming.
for.
Okay. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
For.
Okay. Councillor Connor Heaney.
Abstain.
Councillor Christopher Jackson.
For.
Okay. Councillor Fergal Leonard.
Or.
Okay. Councillor Catherine McDade.
Or.
Okay. Councillor Rory McHugh.
Or.
Okay. Councillor Sean Mooney. Okay. And Councillor Patrick Murphy.
Or.
Okay.
7 for, 1 against. He's left me on my own this time, folks, and 1 abstention. So that is dealt with. So Brendan, all that's left for me to do is to thank you for coming along, presenting to the committee, and again, wish you well going forward with this. But we do need to consider, I think there were some possible conditions that we may well wish the committee to
Just
think about
to
attending to that.
advise, obviously it was recommended in the report that DFI Rivers wanted, on the basis of their response, we would need to put a sighting condition on. But obviously, I think it was Councillor Leonard had queried that with the agent and they had no concerns with that. So we'll be proposing on the basis of those conditions.
Again, thanks, Brendan. We'll move on to the next one. That's you again, anyway.
Thanks, Chair. Yes.
Yeah, sorry about that. You're over the page, so I was just looking at my notes here and then realised you have to stick around for this one as well. So, the final one for consideration today, folks, is item 10. That's LA 11 2021 0854/O. And again, it's a recommendation for refusal. And Suzanne, you're going to take us through that one. So whenever you're ready.
Thanks, Chair. So as Chair's outlined, this is LA 11 2021 08540. Just to remind members as well, there is a late item, a photograph or a drone photograph from the agent, Mr. Desi O'Neill. This photograph was previously submitted to officers and we have also included it within your pack. It's included as figure 10. So this is a proposed infill site for dwelling, 75 metres north of 40 Lisky Road, Bernie Glade Victoria Bridge, and the recommendation is to refuse. You'll see in your packs and on the screen this site location outlined in red, blue land to the south, and then a blue strip of land owned by the applicant adjacent to the road. There's an satellite overhead just outline just to give you an idea of the surrounding land uses. Obviously, it's part of a larger agricultural field. Just some photos of the site. You can see there, that's the site, just taken a photo taken of the site looking up. So the site's elevated above the Lisky Road. Sorry, I'll just go back to that. Road's at a lower level. And again, the photograph below that there, just indicating the site and the other roadside development just on the other side of it, of the road there. I'm just going to present this differently because it's easier. So the policy context included in your reports, just obviously reminding members that the policy consideration is PPS 21, and the proposal is an infill dwelling under the CTYF policy and PPS 21. The other policies that this has been considered on are listed and located or in your report as well. In terms of the consultation responses, NI Water, no objections, environmental health, just standard advice. Roads have provided conditions and further details in terms of the access. Historic monuments are content. We did consult historic buildings because there's a nearby listed building of 42 Lisky Road. They considered it did adversely impact it, but the site is outside any setting of the historic of the listed building, and officers consider that there's no issue in terms of PPS 6. We've looked at the habitats regs, and there's no shared environmental services advice, no likely significant effect. NIA Natural Environment Division have concerns regarding impacts on natural heritage features, notably the trees, and also the potential impact on bats that there's moderate bat roost potential for some of the trees that may be impacted on by the work required for the access. There've been no objections received. Just looking at the planning history, you can see there's one other planning approval to the north. There's foundations in, there's no building on the ground though, just to clarify that. So in terms of CTY 8, we're required to assess, does the proposal add or create tourism development firstly, before we engage the infill exception. On the ground, I know the agent has helpfully put in some drone footage, but our assessment is based on what it looks like on the ground, not from the sky. And it's really important when you're on the road frontage there, those of you who will know the site will know that the site itself is not red with any of the adjoining development on the ground on that side of the Lisky Road. As part of a larger field, provides a substantial break in the buildings officers would consider. Again, just advising it won't read within the existing buildings, and it's only visible for a short distance, but statically when you're standing in front of it, you're not reading it with any of those buildings on the same side of the road. Just we've outlined the existing buildings for your information, members. Again, that's the application site. As you can see there, looking the application site immediately to the right, it's not visible with the dwellings further north. So factually, officers couldn't say that it's part of a substantially built up frontage when on the ground. It doesn't read like that at all. Again, there's the application site, that's the buildings further south. So the agent is obviously contesting that, it is, or proposing that it is an infill exception. And looking at those other existing buildings, as I say, they haven't been, you can't visually link them. It can't be an infill exception then. It doesn't meet CTY 8. This does give you a good overview of the development in the area, and there clearly is development in the area, but the assessment here is on whether does it read as a substantially built up frontage on the ground. So officers consider it contrary to CTY 8, doesn't engage the infill exception and would be unacceptable on that basis. The other major issue is really relation to PPS 2, and that's really to do with, you will see the block plan to do with the mature trees along the northern roadside boundary onto the Contham Road. So the access is taken via the minor road. The access is achievable. However, at that location will potentially impact a number of the trees which have suitable features for protected habitats. And the applicant's own ecologist report that was submitted recommends the protection of these trees, and any works to them should only be undertaken once a suitable endoscope survey has been carried out under license. That has not been carried out. So it's very difficult for us at this stage to recommend that those trees will not be impacted and those habitats will not be impacted. Again, just the location, or the block plan just showing the trees along the roadside. So the trees under that are material here are the two sweet chestnut trees that have moderate bat roost potential. just a photo showing the proposed access point. The agent contests the access works will not impact the trees and has provided the cross sections through the trees to the visibility displays either side to illustrate the extent of the bank within the visibility displays. Now, DFI roads have advised that the cross sections don't, the gradient is beyond the maximum allowed in DCAN 15. Therefore, in terms of the gradient of access, it's not accurate on those cross sections, but DFI roads are content that you know, the access is achievable. So in terms of the cross sections, they don't accurately show how those trees, earthworks can be provided without any impact on the roots of those sweet chestnut trees that are required to be maintained as per advised by NIA. NIA are also basically saying, look, if the trees have to go for the access, then an endoscope survey should be provided and potentially a bat roost or a bat survey should be provided. So that has not been done obviously to date because the agent feels it's not necessary, but officers would be of the view, look, that would be necessary if we were going to move forward with any sort of development on that site. So that's effectively, those are just the gradient plans, just for your information that were submitted. And you can see there is quite an extensive roadside bank. No other alternative access proposals have been put forward to us for consideration. So just really in summary then, we're recommending refusal. It's contrary to CTY 1. There's no overriding reasons why this development is essential in this rural location. And it's also contrary to PPS 2 that it has not been demonstrated that the proposed development is not likely to result in unacceptable adverse impacts on protected and priority species and habitats. I'm happy to take any questions members you may have.
Thank you, Suzanne. In advance of doing that, of course, we will want to be hearing from Brendan again. So Brendan, you do the same drill. You have 5 minutes to address the committee, and then we'll take any questions that they might have for you. So whenever you're ready, Brendan.
Thank you, Chair. The proposed site on Liskey Road is located within an existing cluster of development situated on the opposite side of the River Mourne from Herdman's Flax Spinning Mill. Historic maps would suggest that this cluster of development grew up over time as workers' cottages as they were linked to the old mill complex by the Bernie footbridge. The pattern of development in this locality is typically in linear form along the Liskey Road, with some backland development associated with Bernie nurseries. There are approximately 10 dwellings in total with a similar amount of outbuildings, stretching some 400 metres between number 55 Liskey Road at the southern end to number 39 at the northern end. The entire frontage is served by a public footpath with public street lighting and a 40 miles an hour road speed restriction sign existing at each end of the existing pattern of development, which suggests that it is accepted that it is a settlement of sorts. The cluster also has commercial activity in the form of Bernie Garden Centre and Bernie Car Sales at number 39. For all intents and purposes, this cluster development and its infrastructure has grown into a hamlet over the development plan period. With its historic links to the old mill and the Bernie footbridge still intact, it demonstrates that the cluster has unique characteristics and significantly differs in character from its supposed status as open countryside. We would contend that this uniqueness should be a material consideration and given significant weight in the determination of this application. The proposed site is located at the northwestern corner of the Bernie Glebe grounds, which is a large expanse of open agricultural land interspersed with groups of mature trees and contains the old listed house, served by an access from Liskey Road, which also contains a fairly modern dwelling at its entrance. The first reason for refusal was based on the proposal that does not meet any of the range of types of development as contained in CTY 1, and Council go on to say in their case report that as the proposal was described as infill dwelling, it was then assessed under policy CTY 8. As we know, this policy allows, as an exception, the development of a small gap site sufficient only to accommodate up to a maximum of 2 dwellings within the built up and continuously built up frontage. Whilst the agent made a case under CTY 8 describing the proposal as infill, PPS 21 again clearly says at section 5 that decision makers should assess development proposals against all planning policies and other material considerations that are relevant to it. So in terms of policy CTY 8, the proposed site and the remainder of the frontage land can form a small gap site capable of accommodating 2 dwellings. For the purposes of the policy, the definition again is within a line of 3 or more buildings along a road frontage. These 3 buildings are formed by number 40, which forms the southern part of the frontage, then the 2 infill sites, then a dwelling at number 36 on the northern side of Contham Road with an outbuilding to its front. Then there are also 2 agricultural buildings to the side of number 36, which have an independent agricultural gate access to the public road. The site adjacent to these has approval for a replacement dwelling and is currently under construction. But nowhere in policy CTY 8 does it state that the 3 or more buildings have to be all seen together from the public road. Therefore, it's not a visual test, and we would argue, therefore, that the provisions of CTY 8 are met. In addition to CTY 8, we would argue that as a material consideration, the uniqueness of this case, that is the existing cluster buildings within the settlement, the associated footpath, public lighting, infrastructure, all linked to the workers' cottages and footbridge across the river. Modest and appropriately designed dwellings can be absorbed within the existing cluster through rounding off and consolidation, and will not significantly alter its existing character or visually intrude into the open countryside. Being absorbed into the existing pattern of development, the cluster will appear as a visual entity in the local urban style landscape. The second reason for refusal relates to the perceived lack of information requested by Council in relation to the impact the proposed access would have on 2 mature trees. The architect felt that providing an access to the site on the Contham Road, that's the minor road, would result in a more acceptable visual arrangement, and detailed sections and more detailed site layout were submitted. He was prepared to work with Council to obtain an acceptable access solution agreeable to all parties, and a professional ecologist was employed to look at the priority species and habitats. But alternatively, he could have just provided an access directly onto the Lisky Road, like number 40, forming at the southern end, and none of the potential problems would have arisen. Sight lines are available in both directions with little or no impact on existing mature trees, and this alternative is still an option, although it was to his surprise that the whole application was presented to the committee for refusal without all options being explored.
Excuse me, Mr. Johns, your 5 minutes speaking rights is now complete.
Could I there's just one line left, Chair?
Yep, go ahead, I'll give you that.
It was just that a condition could be attached to any outline approval relating to the site being accessed from the Lisky Road. Thank you.
Thank you, Brendan. You nearly just about squeezed it in, but there you go. We've got a couple of questions, no doubt, anyway. Alderman Kerrigan.
Thank you very much, Chair, for letting me in, and thank you, Brendan, for your comments there. I think, to be fair, you have touched there at the tail end about access onto the Lisky Road, but having travelled on that road, really you don't want to be entering out onto that road, because although there is a speed restriction in that section now, there's still a lot of cars always had that historical habit of travelling 60 in that wee section, even though it shouldn't be. So it wouldn't, well, you might have the sight lines, but it would be a fast road. Would be making sort of comment on that one. And I do note that you are taking it on to the Cotham Road, the minor road. But I'm asking the question in regards to as I say, I think it's worked in your favour in my regard, because this is designated as a house in the countryside, in my view, even though that would be counted as a settlement, but it's so I still think it's the ban area plan, would be my opinion. I don't know what your opinion is in regards to the first refusal reason, but the 123.2.1. But in regards to that you haven't demonstrated that this development will not impact on the protected species and habitats. Is there any reason why the endoscope survey wasn't carried out, or is it have you feelings that if this can be carried out, can you come to a satisfactory conclusion here with the officers, given that this is an outline application and you will be coming back again with a full application in full at some stage, and it's just trying to see, again, I do note as well there are NIEA discrepancies in regards to septic tank and where that'll be put, but again, I'm minded, but I'm just querying myself, is that all stuff that will, because it's outlined, it's not in as much detail? But thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman. Go ahead there, Brendan.
Councillor, yes, the thing about the habitats and priority study is that it can only be done at a certain time of the year. And as far as I'm aware, time was not on our side, and that this is why we expressed surprise that the application was being put to yourselves for consideration as a refusal, as we didn't really have time to get that study submitted. Environmental matters such as the septic tank disposal, well, that comes with consent to discharge, and more times than enough can satisfy the water management unit. And as we said before, the possibility of coming onto the Lisky Road, I mean, it's quite clearly a small settlement at the minute. And as I pointed out, there's a 40-mile-an-hour speed limit at each side. That does not mean to say that people can go at 60 or 70 or 80 and get away with it. Adequate sightlines can be provided to DFI road standards, and that should satisfy the planners with regard to that.
Thanks, Brendan. Any other questions for Brendan? Councillor Leonard, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. One of us listeners actually heartened to hear that there's an alternative access out on the Lisky Road, because in my previous life I've been to a few incidents on a head out that Lisky Road, so I know the traffic can be fast on it. But I was going to ask about the sidelines, what Brendan has just mentioned, that they will be available. Just in case, Brendan, in case you would have to remove them two mature chestnut trees in terms of the bat roost potential, and yeah, I may have missed it. Have you any proposals to counteract that issue about the bats if you did have to remove them trees?
Well, Councillor, it's not the intention to remove them at all. And if we end up that they have to stay, then obviously the alternative is an access onto the Lisky Road. As this is an outline application, so either access would have been acceptable to the client, and I would assume that the road service would also approve it coming onto the Lisky Road. Another matter is that with regard to the speed on Lisky Road is that some form of speed bumps could possibly be introduced. I mean, it is a busy settlement, and that could be one way of slowing the traffic down.
Okay, I think that may be a forlorn hope in my experience of trying to get speed bumps anywhere, Brendan. So I wouldn't go count my chickens on that one. You have enough, Councillor Leonard. Yeah, it's very difficult getting speed bumps anywhere. Go ahead, Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, and thank you, Brendan. Just to fully endorse the remarks that are made with regard to the build-up in that area, the street lighting, the pavement, the clustering of houses there. I'd go so far as to describe that actually as a hamlet. Whether it's identified as a hamlet or not, in actuality, that is what exists at that particular location. If we're minded to overturn the determination from planners on this, would there be any objection? And you've stated there with regard to the survey, the time was a factor, that might actually be a condition moving forward with regard to the eventual, as I would anticipate, full application coming in. Thank you, Chair.
Was that a question for Brendan? Yeah, Brendan, thoughts on that?
Okay, Councillor. Yes, I mean, outline planning application is usually accompanied by conditions if the principle of the dwelling is acceptable. Obviously, the conditions have to be reasonable and fair, and we would expect that we could meet the conditions that would be put on any approval.
Okay. Councillor McKee.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to Brendan as well. Just a bit of clarification regarding the trees. Is he saying that in removing, or there's no intention to remove the trees, but if that's the situation, that they'll be looking access out onto the Lusky Road? So the only scenario whether the trees will be retained is if the access is out onto the Lusky Road. There's no situation where the access can be out onto the Contham Road.
Well, Councillor, if it proves impossible to satisfy road service and planning service, then the alternative is the Lusky Road. We would obviously like, in terms of visual quality, to come off the Contham Road, but if it proves impossible, then that's the other alternative. At least there is an alternative.
Yeah, all right. Happy enough there. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions for Brendan before I move on, members? Okay. Any questions to the officers? Alderman Kerrigan, is it a question to the officers? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Suzanne, in regards to that, is there a way, I'm asking you the questions now, in regards to there's discrepancies there and it is outline planning. Is there a way of if that survey comes back, the Centrescope survey, is there a way that we can put that as a restriction? Because he has made mention there that he didn't have the time to do it, or it wasn't the right time of the year. Is there a way that we can work around that to see if that survey is given because it is outlined, or is that something we can do or not?
Okay, so just thanks, Councillor Kerrigan, for the question. Just to clarify then, the agent felt that the access didn't impact the trees and chose not to submit a survey. So Mr. Johns is saying today that, you know, they didn't have time. My understanding is that that was not being proposed, and this application has been in since July 2021. In terms of the access arrangements, at the minute, right, if they want to access the Contham Road, they would need to provide an endoscope survey, as their ecologist has advised, right? That might say that the trees can be retained, or the trees, or the bat roost, you know, is not an issue. But we would need to explore that even at outline stage to look at the principle of it, okay, to ensure that we are not creating a risk to any protected species, right? The issue is obviously the cross sections are showing that the trees possibly will be impacted. With regards to the alternative access onto the Lusky Road, then we will require an amended set of plans, the location map, showing visibility displays, showing any land ownership to the north that may be impacted for visibility displays. That has not been provided or considered. We will have to go back to DFI roads on that. So at this stage, I wouldn't be jumping towards the Lusky Road until we would be, that we would further progress that with DFI roads.
Very quick follow-up. Just on that as well, as has been touched on earlier, this settlement, if it's Bernie or Bernie Glebe or whatever, is the town land there, but that is still classified as countryside. We don't have that on our, and I know I'm slightly off topic, that's not on our area plan as a settlement, sure, on anything. It's still designated as countryside, whereby there would be smaller settlements that would be designated as hamlet.
Yeah, it's still countryside. It's so that the policy is PPS 21, and obviously that, you know, they're aware of that. That's what they've submitted it to be assessed under. There's no doubt there's development in the area, but we're looking specifically at the infill issue. And just relating to the access as well, obviously there's it's quite tight from the road, so there will be gradient implications, those sorts of things that we haven't considered. You know, you'll see that we haven't looked at that in the report to date. So it's up to yourselves what way you want us to proceed on this.
Anybody else? Any other questions? Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you. Just to see, when I'm looking at figure 10, and that was the same photo, I think it was submitted as additional. And when you look, you know, you see stuff that's outlined, you would think that this looks like a perfect infill site. When you look at, you know, the entire site, it nearly forms a perfect circle. You know, going from foundations of there's property getting built there, round to 7 and then back round again. It just looks like a, from there, like as the perfect info. That would complete that site. Just is it that subjective that it doesn't? No.
Look, I don't really want to go back and forward on this because I know we love these conversations. But listen, CTY 8 talks about a small gap site between a substantially built up frontage. Clearly, there's 2 gaps either side of that red line. Okay, officers would be of the view that that wouldn't be a small gap site. Okay, it's not part of a substantially built up frontage. The other issue in terms of clustering, obviously there is a clustering policy as well, but I mean there's issues here that it has to be surrounded on, I think it's 3 sides, and it's not obviously either. So yeah, we could talk about CTY 8 all night, but that's the officer view on it, and I totally understand members' views and positions on that policy.
Yeah, let's not talk about CTY 8 all night if we can manage it now, folks. I mean, is that a gap site? Doesn't look like one to me, but sure, look, that's not really part of the debate as I understand it anyway. Any other questions for officers? No, right, okay. Well, there is a recommendation in front of you for a refusal on this, members, so I'll kick it back to yourselves for any further thoughts on it. I would have envisaged, Suzanne, before we do that, if there's any progression on a development on this site, that there would be a significant number of requirements from planners before you could ever put a brick on it, and one of them being the surveys around the trees and the bat surveys and stuff like that. I think everybody probably accepts that would be the case. If that was something that had to happen, there would be conditions in relation to those. So members, as I said, I'll put it back to you. I'll take proposals now. If you're content to go with a refusal, let me know. If you want to do something different, of course, then that's your right. Alderman Kerrigan.
I just want to ask the question. I have a proposal that I was minded, because I am minded there's 2 refusal reasons, and I'm minded that it's my personal view, it's fell out kindly for him because CTY 1 and PPS 21, and again, I'm still referencing back to the Bannery Plan 123.2.1, the rural remainder, and I still feel that will remove the first refusal condition. But in regards to the second reason, in regards to SPPS and NH2 and NH5, I'm going to ask the question: is it acceptable that we would request that the survey is carried out by him, and we review then that is that acceptable, that we will approve that under those conditions that survey is carried out? And is there any other further additional surveys or requirements that you deem as acceptable? So I would be minded of making that proposal on those 2 to overturn those 2 refusal reasons. But again, if there's more conditions you feel that is applicable, I'm content to take them on board.
Yeah, I suppose just in addition to the ecology surveys, then if there was a requirement to proceed with the access in the Lisky Road, that we would investigate that as well with the agent too, to bottom that out. So obviously then we would have to bring this back.
No, just then if it didn't work out, we could bring it back to members as well if there's still sort of concerns that we're, that what was here today is slightly different, then we can always bring it back if that's the case. It'll depend on the outcome. Yeah.
I'm content with that. As I say, I would be reluctant to a Lisky Road entrance just because I know the road and they're traveling too quick, and I know we have sightlines, but I just would be reluctant for it. So I'd prefer it onto the minor road.
Given the circumstances between the trees and the access and, the relationship there, we will have to bring the application back. But in principle, we can go and resolve those issues and await the information and then return it. If that's Okay.
Well, I'll bow to your superior knowledge in terms of the speeding or the speed of vehicles on that particular road. If you think they're speeding, they're probably speeding. So, but let's not accuse people who don't know for sure. Alderman Hussey indicated that you were gonna second the proposal from Alderman Kerrigan. So, members, the proposals in front of you, not to accept officer recommendation on this particular occasion. So, I want to ask again, Maura, to put it to the vote. Maura, whenever you're ready.
Chair. Members, this proposal not to accept officer's recommendation to refuse. Alderman Alan Breslin.
Or.
Alderman Derek Hussey.
Or.
Alderman Keith Kerrigan.
Or Maura.
Okay. Councillor Jason Barr.
Or.
Okay. Councillor John Boyle.
Or.
Councillor Sean Fleming.
For.
Okay. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
Or.
Okay. Councillor Connor Heaney.
Abstain.
Okay. Councillor Christopher Jackson.
Abstain.
Councillor Fergal Leonard.
Or.
Okay. Councillor Catherine McDade.
Or.
Councillor Rory McHugh. Okay. Councillor Sean Mooney. Okay. And Councillor Patrick Murphy.
Or.
Okay. 5.
Okay, members, that's unanimous. Thank you. And again, I can say farewell to you now, Brendan. So thanks for joining us this afternoon, and of course, enjoy the sunshine while it lasts.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Members, that is it for today. There's still a substantial amount of information in front of us that we have to consider. So we'll come back tomorrow, same time, same place. And again, similar to yourselves, go out there and enjoy a bit of nice weather because we don't always get it. Okay, good night, folks.